Hi, morning everyone, and welcome to day two of the Rivers Trust Conference, Springing into Action. For those who don't know me, I'm Becca Duncan and I'm the PR and Events Coordinator at the Rivers Trust, and I'm going to be taking us through the sessions today. Yesterday was a fantastic day tackling topics from pollution and regulation to how we can finance nature's recovery, how the environment sector and the financial sector should be working together. And I am really confident that we're going to have more of the same today. I am really looking forward to what we have in store. I'm just going to quickly share a few slides to get us started. Yesterday, the chat was particularly lively and we all really enjoyed it, and we are keen for more of the same today. So I'm going to do a little icebreaker. Hopefully it's not too cheesy for us, but I was thinking about this and I thought yesterday we really brought to light how rivers can be such a source of inspiration for people, including through the poetry that we had from Poets for the Planet. So I wondered if people could share in the chat, as well as a lot of, if you want to share where you're listening from today. If you were going to add a song to our rivers themed playlist, what would you add? I think there are loads of contenders here, certainly some that I have in my head that I'm going to hold back and not be too enthusiastic about. But yeah, if you want to add a song to our rivers playlist, then please just pop in the chat which one you would add. And I'm also interested to know if anyone is attending their first Rivers Trust conference today. Rivers of Babylon, Jeff. I'm sure you're not the only one who was thinking it. But yes, if this is your first Rivers Trust conference today, then please share that as well, because we are really happy to hear who is joining us for the first time. It might be that you are a new member of staff in the Rivers Trust movement, or you might just be a member of the public who's come across us through maybe some of our media coverage or our campaigns. Someone's just suggested Johnny Flynn, which is a great example. I believe he actually lives on a riverboat at least some of the time, Johnny Flynn. So yes, what a great shout. First conference this year. Hi to all of you. This is fantastic. I'm going to let this run for a couple of minutes just because it's entertaining me. Oh, someone suggested Creedence Clearwater Revival. I am a fan. There are loads that I didn't even think of here, so this is fantastic. Joni Mitchell River, I'm sure, is a favourite for lots of people. There are so many good suggestions here. This is awesome. Okie dokie. So I'm going to let those keep coming in, and then I am afraid I'll have to go through the slightly less interesting stuff as well. So if we move on, this isn't less interesting. This is another slight plug for us, but for anyone who doesn't know, we do have a Rivers Trust podcast. It's called Rambling About Rivers, and there's a few episodes on there tackling lots of different topics, but our latest one was an International Women's Day special, and Jane and Emily from our team interviewed Amira Patel, who is phenomenal. She is the founder of the Wanderlust Women, which is an inclusive rambling walking group for women, kind of particularly aimed at Muslim women, because it was felt that there was a bit of a gap in the market there, but open to any women. And Amira's story is absolutely amazing. So our podcast is available on Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcasts, and I would thoroughly recommend having a listen to that. It's only 40 minutes long, that episode, so maybe perfect for the lunch break today if you're on a walk yourself. I can see still a lot of song suggestions coming in, which is Waterfalls by TLC. Susie, great suggestion. I'm loving this lively talk first thing in the morning. I think you can tell it's perking me up, so that's fantastic. Moving on to, as I said, the slightly less interesting part of the day, but I do just want to cover the housekeeping before we get into it. So we'll be using the Q&A function, which you can find at the bottom of your Zoom window, to submit questions to our speakers. So please do use that. You've also got the option to give a thumbs up if someone else has asked a question that you like and you would like that to go to the top of the list. As we saw yesterday, it is quite likely that we won't be able to get through all of the questions. So it's very important that we can prioritise the ones that people really want to get the answers to. As you are doing now so wonderfully, you can use the chat function to share your comments. We definitely really enjoyed how lively the chat was yesterday, so please keep that coming. We do save the chat, we read it back, so any feedback that goes in that chat will be taken on board as well. For anyone who wants it, or for anyone who is maybe hard of hearing, we do have closed captions enabled today, live auto captions. You can activate those by clicking CC on your bottom toolbar and then show subtitle. And you can also click that to change the size if you need to. Slight disclaimer is that they're auto-generated, so they're not always 100% accurate, but they are pretty good. And then finally, the event is being recorded. So any participants, you won't be on camera or anything, so no need to worry about that. But we will put the event on our YouTube channel after a bit of editing and circulate it to everyone who has attended, so you can watch back or share if you have to duck in and out of the sessions, which I understand many people do. I'll really quickly take you through the agenda for today, but it probably speaks for itself. So we're going to start with a panel discussion on plastic pollution, obviously a really important issue and something that's probably very highly publicised. It's had the Blue Planet treatment, so definitely one to tune into there. We'll have some more lightning talks, which includes more poetry from the fantastic Poets for the Planet. And then after the break, we'll move on to monitoring, data and monitoring. So Michelle Walker from the Rivers Trust is going to be leading that session, and she is a real innovator in the sector. And so she's going to be talking to a number of people, whether that's people who are using data on the ground or working with the latest technology. Moving into the afternoon, you've got planning for nature. So yesterday we heard a lot about how important nature-based solutions are, and this session is really going to look at some examples of those in practice and how they're being used to work to improve our landscape for people and for wildlife at the same time. And then the final sort of grouping of talks will be looking at rights and access to rivers, and that's a topic that can be quite emotive, it can be quite contentious, but we're very excited to have a really strong group of speakers there to talk through some of those issues. And then that will bring us to an end, and we'll have a closing keynote speech from our very own CEO, Mark Lloyd, to tie everything together and end on a high. One of the final things from me, as we told you yesterday, we are running a giveaway. It's an exclusive giveaway in partnership with River, the movie. You may have heard us talking about it before, but this is a fantastic film. It has words by Robert McFarlane. He wrote the script. It's narrated by Willem Dafoe. It's, oh, I don't know where my slides are. You can run there. Yeah, so you have the chance to win an exclusive River book bundle. If you just head to our Twitter profile, we're at the Rivers Trust, and head to our pinned tweet, and you could be in with the chance of winning those fantastic 6 books. Very final point from me, as you saw, is about social media. We've got the hashtag SpringConfRT. If you would like to tag us, we are at the Rivers Trust, and as with the chat, we're really keen for you to let us know what you're thinking, what your interpretations are of our conference today. But thankfully, I'm sure that's enough from me. We're going to get ready for our first panel of the day. And it's a plastics panel. So we're going to have Ewan Jones, Jamie Woodward and Susan Jay, and they will be joined by Deb Leach, who is the fantastic CEO of one of our local trusts, EMS21. So I think Deb is just on her way in. And when she pops up on camera, I will hand over to her and you will all be relieved of me. But I hope you all enjoy the day. I think it's going to be a great one. Okay, there she is. Over to you, Deb.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yep. Yeah, I'm getting nods. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first discussion of the day, which is how do we stop plastic from polluting our rivers? And we have a fantastic panel for you today. We have Susan Jay, who joins us from RAP, and she is the sector specialist on the UK's Plastic Pact. We have Professor Ewan Jones, who's the head of the River Communities Group at Queen Mary's University in London. And we have Professor Jamie Woodward, who's the Professor of Physical Geography at the University of Manchester. And lastly, I'm Debbie Leach, and I'm the Chief Executive of Thames 21, and I am your chair for the session. So, plastic pollution in rivers. We thought we'd start with a bit of scene setting. So if I kick off with that, and then I'll hand to my colleagues on the panel. What's the view from the Thames, first of all, and then we'll spread out from there. Well, since the efforts to clean up the rubbish in the River Thames started about 20 years ago, we've seen much of the large waste items steadily reduce, which is the good news. But there has been a massive growth in plastic litter. It's been collecting in the inlets, the strand line, and it's been an increasing concern for members of the community and for something to be done about this. So our Thames River Watch project has been surveying and counting and measuring the growth in plastic litter over the last 6 or 7 years. And we found that 83% of all the litter items counted are single-use plastic, excluding the glass fragments. And by far the most common of these is the wet wipes, which we see in the Thames deposited in large mounds inside the river bends, growing mounds despite the efforts to clean them up. And the top 5 other items that we're recording in the river over the last 5 years are food wrappers, cotton bud sticks, plastic drinks bottles, plastic cups, and takeaway containers. So that gives a good view of the sort of plastic, single-use plastic that's ending up in the river. And over the last 4 years or so, our Thames River Watch citizen scientists have logged and removed nearly 100,000 single-use drinks bottles. And what's interesting is that almost half of those single-use drinks bottles contain bottled water. I'd just like to end by saying that our citizen scientists have found microplastics at 20 out of 21 of the sites that they surveyed on the River Thames. So I'll hand over to Jamie now. Jamie, could you summarise for us the results of the microplastic surveys of river beds?
Yes, thanks, Debs. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I've been leading a group at the Department of Geography, University of Manchester, looking at microplastic contamination in the rivers around Greater Manchester, which we started exploring from about 2015. When we sampled 10 rivers around Greater Manchester, the headwaters of the Irwell and the Mersey, a fairly big basin, about 1,500 square kilometres. We found that we focused mainly on urban and suburban environments, but also looked at the rural environment. We found high levels of microplastic contamination on riverbeds, particularly in urban and suburban environments. And we've focused on riverbeds because the riverbed habitat is critical for the health of the whole riverine ecosystem. A lot of the surveys of microplastics have often focused on microplastics in the water column, and they tend to miss a lot of the microplastic contamination. A lot of the action tends to be on the channel bed. And that's critical because many creatures live and feed and reproduce on the channel bed. So if your channel bed's contaminated with plastics, they're much more likely to move into the food chain. So we've been trying to understand the processes involved in where microplastics come from and how they move. We found that floods will flush microplastics downstream. And most recently, from a paper we published last year, we kind of joined up the dots on this and realized that we asked the question, well, how do riverbeds get contaminated in the first place if wastewater is only supposed to be pumped into rivers during big floods, during exceptional rainfall events? And our conclusion was there's a lot of untreated wastewater coming into these rivers, enriched in microplastics when the rivers are at lower intermediate flows. And that's the only way we can get very high concentrations of microplastics on the riverbed. So there are implications here for the way we manage wastewater.
Great, thanks for that, Jamie. And that moves us nicely onto the Interreg project that Ewan's heading up. Ewan, could you just give us the essence of that project?
Yeah, this project is funded by Interreg, so that's France and England, and there's 18 different partners, including the River Trust and other river trusts. And what we're trying to do is to develop a catchment-based approach to addressing the problem. So developed a conceptual and GIS-based model for identifying hotspots of plastic pollution, both spatially and in terms of sectors, so that we can use the limited resource that we have available to us to address the problem at source, but also to intercept the pathways of movement of plastic, where it's likely to accumulate, so it doesn't end up in the river and then going to the sea.
Great, thank you for that, Ewan. So how do we stop plastic from polluting our rivers? This is the big question. Are consumer attitudes, the throwaway culture, part of the problem? And if so, how can consumers make the right decisions when most packaging that we see is single-use plastic and there isn't clear education on labelling and recycling? Susan, can I go to you first to get your thoughts on this issue?
Yes, and thank you. Apologies to everyone. I have a bit of a sore throat this morning, so I sound a little bit sort of strange, then that's why. I think I would consider the consumer relationship with plastic as something like a sort of toxic love-hate relationship that we've been conducting for the last 50 years or so, where we've known in our sort of heart of hearts that, you know, whilst it's incredibly attractive and shiny and it performs really well and all these wonderful things that we can do with plastics, we've come eventually to the realization that, you know, it's maybe not that good for us, and we understand some of the problems. However, as with most long-term relationships, it's a really tough habit to break. And so on the one hand, certainly within the UK Plastics Pact, we find that our members tell us that their inboxes are inundated, awash with consumers telling them that, you know, they need to get rid of plastic. They want to see plastic removed from, let's say, the vegetables on the shelves and wherever else they might see it. Yes, they definitely want that to happen. But in reality, when they conduct a trial to say, okay, let's remove plastic wrappings from various vegetables and this sort of thing, then immediately the consumer respond by not buying them. So we get this conflict between what we know we should be doing, and then there's a reality that says, well, actually, this is how consumers behave. So I think there's a huge shift from this love of packaging and all that it delivers, and to gradually sort of break away from that. And I think perhaps sometimes what consumers don't realize is just how powerful they are in terms of their messages that they put over to the retailers, the brands, in really demanding solutions. However, I think there is also a responsibility that comes from the consumers and citizens themselves. And yes, it is confusing. Some of the labelling is ambiguous, and that's understandably so. It's a very technical issue, and we have to consider not just is a material recyclable in technical terms, but is there capacity in terms of collections, and is there capacity in terms of the actual treatment and subsequent use of those materials. And you have to have all of those things lined up in order to be able to label something very clearly recyclable. And I know OPRL within the UK as the sort of leading use of symbols amongst the grocery sector, have a really tough challenge in trying to generate these binary choices for consumers that say, yes, it's recyclable, no, it's not, so that we get that clear message coming through. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is it's a really complex issue for citizens, and we are expecting an awful lot from people to when we want their understanding. However, I would also slightly point a finger, because we have, you know, I think, and you mentioned this in your introduction, one of the most recyclable items is the plastic water bottle. It's absolutely recyclable. It's collected by all of our local authorities. We have good infrastructure within the UK to reprocess and use that. There's a lot of recycled content going back into the bottles, and yet it remains one of the key things that turns up in our rivers, in our waterways. And that's something of a conundrum that is a really difficult nut to crack.
Okay, thanks for that, Susan. I'd just like to just emphasise that it does take time for people to get used to change, doesn't it? And we had just started seeing less plastic on our vegetables in supermarkets when we went into COVID, and at once everyone was very conscious of the need to protect themselves from infection there. So these things do take time. Yeah, could I go to Ewan? Ewan, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Susan said. It's complex, but you know, the individuals, the consumers, they need to have the route to dispose of waste appropriately. But it's up to us to make sure that we do that. You know, there's only one person that's depositing those bottles in the environment, and that's the person that bought it or drank it. So we have to take on that responsibility, and I think it is looking at the whole life cycle. So it's the producers that make materials that are appropriate for what they're needed for and not superfluous, but are also recyclable. It's the infrastructure to recycle it, but it's also the people in between, so that they can produce the volume of material at the end that makes recycling efficient, or other waste disposal, if that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, I thought that's a very powerful what you said, that the person responsible is the person who bought the bottle. But I must say, I have walked along the river and seen overflowing waste bins filled with light plastic just next to the river. So, you know, it is the infrastructure as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I go to Jamie now? Jamie, what do you think of this? Jamie, we can't hear you.
I was getting carried away there. Yeah, I fully agree with everything Susan and Ewan was saying there. I mean, in the rivers around Manchester, we see huge numbers of plastic bottles, and Ewan's exactly right. It's a littering issue as much as anything else. But you know, maybe the UN treaty that's in discussions at the moment will have some impact on this. You know, we probably need a deposit scheme, you know, for recycling for bottles, to incentivize people not to just litter bottles, because huge numbers of plastic drink bottles end up in our river systems.
Yeah. Okay.
There are, you know, the Mersey Rivers Trust do fantastic work down at Salford Quays. Every time there's a flood on the Irwell, the Salford Quays just fills up with plastic bottles, and you know, they fish them out every time. But it's heartbreaking, because the process just begins again every time there's a flood event. Yeah,
I mean, that's it. I mean, that's what we see. As fast as cleanup groups, wonderful charities like Mersey Rivers Trust, other charities are removing this single-use plastic, it's returning in ever-increasing quantities. So that there needs to be another solution to this. So let's just think about that in a bit more detail, the life cycle of the plastic items. Where should we be focusing our action? Where should we be prioritising our action to stop the plastic from polluting our rivers? What balance do we actually need from consumers, from large companies involved and the manufacturers, and from government? Where should we be focusing our efforts, or do you think it's pretty much across the board? Jamie, would you like to kick off on that one?
Well, if I can talk about this a little bit from a microplastics point of view, because that's where our research has mainly been focused, because you know, there are two main elements. There's the macroplastics and the microplastics. And obviously the microplastics, these are plastic particles smaller than 5 millimeters. And most of the microplastics that we've been looking at are average size of about 300 microns, which is about the third the size of the end of a ballpoint pen. And we're finding these in very high quantities. We find microbeads still, we find fragments, we find fibers. They're the three main types of microplastics that we see. When we discovered that UK riverbeds could be heavily contaminated with microplastics, I think that took the Environment Agency by surprise. So we don't have enough data on the extent of the problem across the UK. One of the interesting things is one of the key reports from the Environmental Audit Committee recent report on river water quality is that the Environment Agency needs to measure more parameters, and we probably need a national survey of microplastic contamination. We've also found that untreated wastewater is undoubtedly a key supplier of microplastics to rivers. So one of the responsibilities, there's a huge amount of pressure on the water companies at the moment, but treating wastewater is critical. It's not just about tackling the sewage problem. Our researchers link those two agendas together. The untreated wastewater sewage discharge problem is intimately related to the microplastics problem. So treating wastewater should be a win-win, because it helps us to tackle both of those agendas. So there's a responsibility on the Environment Agency better to police these discharges, because the water companies have effectively been operating in a regulation-free environment for the last decade or so. But we're seeing that changing. And so I'm optimistic about the future. If we have better data, and stricter regulation, we should see an improvement in levels of microplastic contamination. And rivers are the key supplier of microplastics to the oceans. They're certainly a really important supplier. So tackling the ocean problem, big part of that is keeping microplastics out of rivers. And we want to reduce our microplastic use, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon in terms of microplastic generation. So the last filter in the system is often wastewater treatment plants. So we need to make sure that they're functioning effectively.
Yeah, thanks for that. But should this issue be tackled higher up the life cycle of the plastic rather than waiting until it gets into our wastewater?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, Alberto Costa's bill, private member's bill in Parliament, is being read again on Friday for fitting washing machines with filters, for example. That would be an important step. Of course, we need to tackle plastic production and use and disposal at source. But at the same time, the reality is there's a lot of microplastics coming into our rivers, and we can tackle that because they're suspended solids and existing treatment is perfectly capable of removing them.
Yeah, well, that's good news. That's great news, Jamie. Susan, can I just go to you so that we can hear a little bit more about the Plastic Pact?
Yes, of course. I mean, the UK Plastics Pact primarily is working with the major brands, retailers, the waste management sector, and the plastics production industry to work with them to respond to the consumer demand and to reduce the impact of plastic packaging specifically. So a lot of this, of course, is driven by legislation. So we do look to government to bring in those driving forces. And so we have the upcoming plastics tax, which starts on the 1st of April, which is driving the use of recycled content in materials, so driving the marketplace for materials. And then, of course, we have extended producer responsibility coming along and deposit return schemes. So we've got an awful lot going on in that space. So we've got, in some ways, sort of double pressure, one from the consumer and one from government, that is pushing businesses along. And I think they genuinely do accept that level of responsibility. The difficulty there is saying, okay, exactly how do we do this? And so the commitments across the Plastics Pact are to reduce the things that are not recyclable coming onto the market, to ensure that everything that is placed on the market is recyclable, to make sure that we have the capacity, the infrastructure, and all the things we need to recycle that, and then also to make sure we're using the materials at the end. So those are the 4 targets. And things are definitely moving in the right direction. For instance, in our last annual report since 2018 to 2021, we've seen a 46% reduction in single-use plastic items being placed on the market. So it's not necessarily something that is really, really visible, but nonetheless, we are having that impact. We've also got a new initiative coming up, and I think this will be quite challenging, in fact, more than quite challenging for some of our members, where we're asking them to remove plastic packaging from fresh fruit and vegetable items and offer more choices to the consumer loose, and we will see how that pans out. But nonetheless, they have signed up to this commitment and we'll see it through. But there are commercial issues here. There are significant cash challenges around that, not just for the impact that may have at the supermarket and brand end, but right the way through the whole flow of plastics through the marketplace. So we have challenges around the value of the materials as they come through. Is it worth the expense of recycling these materials? Is there a strong enough market at the other end to ensure that they are collected? Because if there isn't that strong enough value as it flows through the supply chain, then that's where we start to see the losses. That's where we start to see illegal activities and things are getting dumped. So whether it's littering on a small scale because people can't be bothered to pick up and there's no incentive, financial incentive to pick up bottles and things out in the countryside, and hopefully DRS will change that. There's also not the financial incentive to keep that material in the system. It's much, much easier to go out and dump it in a mountain or a part of a river. So an incredibly complex picture, which actually needs everybody's involvement right the way across. But yes, there is a key role for the large businesses and brands to play their part, and they fully recognize that. And to be honest, having been in this sector for a long time, it sometimes really surprises me just how far they are prepared to go, because we're talking about investment in millions and millions of pounds in order to make this happen.
Yeah, I do feel that we're all sectors are starting to pull in the same direction on this, which is fantastic news. But what I'd like to see is this having an impact on the river. At the moment, we're not seeing that impact on the plastic pollution that we're seeing in our rivers. And we need to be able to log when that starts to happen, so that we can feed that information back and encourage good practice. But I think there is an increasing acceptance that change must happen, and we need to make sure that we can speed up that rate of change. Ewan, can I come to you now? What do you think that consumers and members of the public can do to help push that change? Susan just mentioned the key role that consumers, the members of the public, can play in this. What do you think that is? Could you perhaps talk me through it?
There's two components, and one is with the power of their pocket, so that they buy appropriate materials. You know, they don't they pick the loose vegetables rather than the ones in the packet, and so just put the pressure on the suppliers. But the other part is just in disposing of it appropriately. The recycling industry needs that volume, and if we're not, putting it in the right bin or putting it in a bin at all, then there is an issue. So it's like Susan said, it's the full chain, right the way down, and it's figuring out the appropriate levers. Some places there'll be legislative, some places it's just advice and encouragement. So yeah, we've all got to play our part, and we've all got to try and reduce this. But you're right, the attitude is changing. Everyone's aware of the problem. We've just got to encourage it. You can understand why, if somebody goes somewhere that looks terrible and is covered in litter, that they don't feel any pressure to put their bottle in a bin. If the place was clean, if there wasn't the amount of material moving around and deposited in the environment, then people would feel more guilty. I mean, that's, we've just got to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, do you think there needs to be more of a connection between the results that we're seeing in the river, the devastation we're seeing to the natural environment, and what people are being told to do in shops and in their buying choices? Should that connection be closer, so it's less of a this is what you should do because it's the right thing, and actually if you don't change your behaviour, this is what happens to the natural environment, the places you care about, the rivers you care about, the spaces that matter to you?
That is quite a tricky one. I mean, we have to use what works, and figuring out what that correct lever is quite a challenge. I mean, in the Preventing Plastic Pollution project, we do have social scientists involved, and they're helping us look at the effectiveness of messaging to see whether people would be more influenced by something that says you're the one that's doing it, or something that's saying you shouldn't do it because it's wrong. So it whatever works, as far as I can see, and it's just working out what that is, and then pulling those levers as hard as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's interesting what Susan says about the economics of the situation. How it has to work clearly if it's going to be sustainable. We have to make it work in economic terms, and I think that if we all understood that better, it would really help.
The wet wipe issue is a classic example there, Deb. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Jamie.
The wet wipe issue that you mentioned, many of the rivers around Manchester, after flood events, the vegetation, the riparian environments are covered in wet wipes, marinated in sewage. We've got stream beds that are completely covered in wet wipes. So, that's because people flush them down the toilet. And so, I would ban wet wipes yesterday. So, there's got to be, the water companies and the Environment Agency have attempted the messaging. I would ban wet wipes completely. Ironically, the wet wipes that we see are a result of sort of legal discharges, because they're coming out during storm overflows and big floods. You see them elevated above the river, trapped in vegetation. but that's a classic example of messaging and disposal. And clearly that message isn't getting out there. So you look at any storm grill after a flood event, often absolutely caked in wet wipes. There's literally trillions of these things pumping into our rivers during flood events, apart from all the problems they cause when they block up the sewage. So I would ban wet wipes.
Yeah,
that's one solution. There's this sort of friendly messaging about what's happening. There's the other sort of, there's another view where we could do something rather more strident.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have to be attacking this problem from all angles. We've been getting out the messaging about the wet wipes we're finding in rivers for some time now. Thames One, for example, has been talking about the huge mounds we've seen building up in the River Thames, and that they're ever building despite all our clearance efforts. We've been taking people out onto the river foreshore to show them. And fortunately, we've got Fleur Anderson, who's bringing her, who put forward her 10-minute rule bill to ban plastic in wet wipes. And hopefully that will be taken forward somehow in legislation. Even if we can ban the plastic in wet wipes, I think that'll be a step in the right direction. The issue around banning wet wipes altogether, yeah, would be great if we could do that, but you think about all those babies' bottoms and the pushback there might be on that. So if we could ban plastic in wet wipes, I think that would be a step, certainly a big step in the right direction.
My bottom survived the 1960s without wet wipes perfectly
yes,
well.
Mine too. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, so yeah, great. So let's talk a little bit more. Jamie, you mentioned earlier on the UN's plastic treaty, signed 3rd of March, I think. So how effective do we think that's likely to be? Who wants to kick off on this one? Ewan, have you had a look at the UN plastic treaty?
No, I think from what we've been saying already, that it is a life cycle problem, and that is what the UN treaty is all about, that we have to put pressure on all parts along the chain, from the initial conception of the item through its sale and purchase through to the disposal, and then either reuse or disposal. We've got to think about that all the way down the line, and I think that the UN treaty is the right way forward. I don't think just addressing producers would give us the answer, because it's up to individuals what they do with things they buy, and if they persist in throwing them into the environment, then we still have a problem.
What about the lack of targets in the plastic treaty? Should we be setting targets, something to aim at, something we can measure? What are thoughts on that? Susan, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, obviously, the treaty itself has yet to evolve, and the detail will come further down the line. But I think it is absolutely key that we have something that addresses this at a global level. Plastics is a global commodity, both in terms of the virgin material that's produced and recycle it. And I think sometimes people forget that those materials are moving around the world. So it's absolutely critical we have that level of collaboration that addresses this at a global level. It will be interesting to see how targets evolve, whether there will be an acceptance that an overarching reduction in the amount of material placed on the market is actually acceptable, because we live in one world, in our relatively comfortable middle class, in the UK, whereas a marketplace in Southeast Asia could be very, very different. Their use of plastics is very, very different. We talk about areas with a sachet economy. We talk about areas which only have an informal waste management sector. So their challenges are going to be significantly different. Nonetheless, they are all feeding in to this one single problem. So yes, I'm optimistic, because I think it will set a direction of travel, which underpins the different initiatives. So for instance, we have a UK Plastics Pact. We also have Plastics Pact popping up in various areas of the world, from India to Australia to Canada, places in Kenya, for instance, who are all starting to adopt their own Plastics Pact. So we are seeing this addressed at a regional or national level, but I think this overarching treaty will certainly help to drive the momentum.
Yeah, great. I mean, the idea is to develop local action plans, I think, in the country, so that they can be applicable to the local conditions. And and take people on that roadmap you mentioned. Jamie, have you got any views on the UN treaty?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, there's a terrifying prospect that plastic production is predicted to quadruple by 2050, and at that point it will take up about 10 to 15% of global carbon emissions. So I think a key conceptual shift in this treaty, and we'd be interested to see, of course, how it develops, is the movement away from treating plastic as a littering issue, a marine littering issue, to actually tackling it in terms of production, to actually reduce the amount of plastic that we produce rather than sort of tidying it up. But there are interesting parallels here with the sort of climate change agenda in the 2015 Paris Agreement and carbon accounting. The developed world's been pumping plastics into the oceans for 60 years. And the developing world's now probably doing it to a greater extent in the last couple of decades. So there's all sorts of inequities in this system, but the only way to tackle this is with global agreements, and this is a positive way forward.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that, Jamie. We've just got a few minutes left to look at the questions that have been coming through. So let's just have a look at those and see who would like to respond to them. So Simon Evans says, we know that plastic's going in great volumes in the rivers, but are we seeing an impact of micro or macro invert or invertebrate diversity or biomass? How big is the problem? So what is the impact on biodiversity and on wildlife in the river? Who would like to take that one? Do we have anybody? Perhaps Jamie, would you like to go ahead with that? Can you?
Ewan knows much more about this than I do.
Okay.
But there's a lot of research on the potential impacts of microplastics on habitats and microfauna, etc. What's interesting is that the work that we're doing is that that work is ongoing, but the microplastic contamination at the moment is perhaps in the context of the UK, is really interesting because the microplastic contamination can be used as an indication of poor wastewater practice. So it can be used as an identification of where we need to do better in terms of treating wastewater and where the hotspot problems are. Obviously, and that's not getting away from the fact that it is an environmental problem, but it can, there's a whole set of other problems with sewage and other chemicals that come in with the microplastics. But maybe Ewan wants to can say something a bit more about the ecological impacts.
Yeah, in the work that we've been doing through the Interreg project, but also in the systematic review we did for DEFRA, what we found is that the risk is actually quite low. The concentrations of microplastics that are required to cause ecological damage are really high. So in terms of seeing impacts, I mean, it's difficult at the moment because most of the experiments are laboratory and short term. And so translating that into a field situation is difficult, but it does appear that you have to have really, really high concentrations to see things, profound effects. There may be, subtle effects, and we are undertaking some pretty large experiments here in great big mesocosms in ponds to see if we can see effects, to see if these environmental concentrations that are found are effective. But I don't think that there is kind of widespread impact of microplastics. There may be some places where those concentrations are high enough.
Okay, thanks for that. So looking at the plastic pollution issue more widely, there's a question here from Jeff Roberts saying, so where do plastics fit into the list of priorities for remediation in all the issues affecting rivers and in fact affecting all of us, even though we can tackle them in rivers, whether it's increased flood risk, climate change, water scarcity, pollution, different pollution issues. Where do we think the plastic litter issue should sit in that list of priorities? Thoughts, anybody? Anybody want to take that one? Ewan?
Well, I can pitch in and I'll probably throw it straight back at Jamie here. But as an indicator of the material coming out of sewage treatment works, I mean, there's the obvious, the organic pollution, but there's other potential risks here as well. And I think, we do have to look at it in a risk-based approach. So addressing those things that we know are causing problems, and problems from sewage, we've known about that from a long time. So, I mean, if they're part and parcel of that, as Jamie has rightly pointed out, then we need to address it.
Yeah. Great. So the one for Susan here, I think, is plastic film from food wrappers to polytunnel coverings ever truly recyclable, or is it a waste product that needs to be destroyed? Can you tell us about that, Susan?
Yes, indeed. The film from a polytunnel cover is ultimately recyclable. It has really good value, widely collected, and we have good recycling infrastructure in the UK to do that. However, there is a caveat to that. We are now starting to talk about collecting film and flexible products from households and from the consumer arena. So I don't know, most people will have noticed in their supermarkets, there are now front of store collection points. That's a lot more challenging. It's in its infancy in the UK. So whilst, as I say, we have good facilities across the UK and a very high recycling rate for industrial and commercial film and flexible materials, that's because they're primarily one single polymer and relatively easy to recycle and can be made into a wide variety of things. When it comes to consumer films, we're talking about a much greater diversity in terms of the materials used, the formats that they're put in, multi-layers, laminates, all sorts of different things added in, which makes them a lot more challenging to recycle. So we're doing a huge amount of work within WRAP at the moment to both pilot some of those initiatives, also to test the materials, so to look at the best routes for those materials to travel through. So it's a really exciting opportunity at the moment, one we are working on very hard in advance of course, curbside collection of film. So one of those really the kind of last remaining element within our plastic collection offering, film, we very much anticipate coming in to the consistency agenda for England, and then subsequently across England and Wales as well, who are already sort of slightly ahead of the curve there. So we're seeing new facilities develop. Absolutely to the answer, yes, it is recyclable. Yes, it's going into products. If you want to know what products, the lower grade levels of material will go into things like bags for life, damp course membranes, gas barriers for construction films, but also into street furniture and pots and tubs and all sorts of things. And there is the potential for household film to go into those same markets. But what we would really like to see is the plastic packaging that comes off your, whether it's your bag of peas or it's the collation wrap that was around your 4-pack of Coca-Cola. What we'd like those to do is to actually come back into the same use. So we're exploring all the opportunities to add that higher value, because of course, if you've got a more challenging material, it costs a lot more to reprocess it. So we're working really hard to get those materials. So yeah, I would absolutely emphasize, if you're getting the opportunity to recycle these, what are now new materials coming through, some film and flexibles, please, 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 yes. Get down to your local store with your bag of film and flexibles, please.
Great, that's good news. It's a rapidly evolving and developing situation.
It is, yeah.
Which is fantastic. There's a question here. I think we need to sort of talk about deposit return schemes a little bit. We've got just a couple of minutes. We're getting towards the end of the day, end of the session. But what do we think about the deposit return scheme? We, Thames 21, we're big advocates for it. We think it's a step in the right direction. But what do other members of the panel think? Will it be successful in enabling more recycling to happen and to stop plastic from escaping into the environment, or is it not the way ahead? Who would like to go first on this? Jamie, any thoughts on deposit return schemes?
I don't mind picking that up if you like.
Okay. Go ahead, Susan.
Just very quickly. I think generally the overarching view is that it will be the right thing. It gives an economic incentive for people to collect that material, but I think also it adds another economic incentive for voluntary groups, your scout groups, all the sort of local people who come around and pick litter. It gives them an additional incentive. So we fully expect to see a really significant rise in the amount of packaging material that is captured through a deposit return scheme. It is highly successful in other parts of Europe. The downside is that actually it's extremely expensive to operate. So you've got to put a huge amount of investment in to get the infrastructure in place to actually facilitate all of that collection and return schemes. So it can be very problematic. And I think I'm based in Wales, where we already have a really, really high level of collection of things like plastics, drinks bottles, aluminium cans, that kind of thing. So we're looking at massive, a lot of money being spent investing in some infrastructure to deliver this with only a relatively small percentage point increase. So it's not without its problems, but absolutely, I think it is the right way to go.
Yeah, great, great. Okay, I think we need to move to our concluding thoughts. We're getting to the end of the session here. So plastic pollution of the natural environment, it is one of the biggest challenges of the modern age. And at present, the view from the river is pretty grim. But do we think it's going to stay grim, or is there hope? Can I get each of your thoughts on this? Start off with Ewan, perhaps?
I think that there's a lot of positivity. And one of the things that we've set up is kind of a data portal for volunteers to put information on what they've collected in the environment, much like you're doing in Thames 21. And there's an awful lot of people out there that are interested in trying to do something, trying to sort this problem out. And so we're seeing movement from, the United Nations globally, right the way down to the individual, to try and address this problem. So I'm positive.
Right.
I think we're going to get this one sorted.
Susan, can I come to you next?
Yes, I would agree. I am optimistic, but I think it's a long haul journey. We're seeing a huge amount of efforts from global brands, particularly I would emphasize things like the confectionery sector, who are really addressing this problem from a litter perspective and trying to understand what they can do as brands that produce a lot of these materials, place them on the market, in the assumption that maybe some of these are going to be littered. They're changing their packaging formats rapidly. So yes, I'm optimistic. Personally, I'd like to see appropriate levels of funding for our Environment Agency, NRW, and the Scottish equivalents to actually police and follow up right the way across the board from the whole of this plastics chain. That would be my plea for the future.
Yes, I agree with that, Susan. Jamie, can we come to you last of all on this?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm an optimist, but also realistic. Polluting rivers has been spectacularly profitable over the last 20 years. That has to change. So it'll be interesting to see how the Environment Bill pans out. But I receive, huge encouragement from the fantastic work that's done by sort of local rivers groups. I see those around Greater Manchester who do fantastic work. I think the move to greater transparency and data availability is a very positive thing. But as Sue says, we need huge investment in our environment, particularly in rivers. The Environment Agency is grossly underfunded. Yeah. And I think also the Environment Agency needs to focus its priorities on river water quality and river habitats, because for too long it's been looking the other way. I'm also encouraged, look at the experience of the pandemic, how we've ramped up our lab facilities, and we've invested in areas where we've recognized as a crisis. Rivers are a crisis. And, all that expertise in terms of technicians and labs doing things at scale, we can have better data across the UK if we have investment and we have the political will to do that. All those things are possible.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Well, I'd like to say thank you so much for everybody in the panel. I think it's been a fantastic session, an awful lot to think about. And I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to answer more of the questions. Perhaps we can take those away and respond to those afterwards. So there is hope for the future. There's a huge amount of energy and effort going into this from all sectors. We know what needs to happen and we are making progress. But what I'd like to see is this having an impact on the river. At the present, we are not seeing that impact in the river. We're seeing the plastic litter and the waste continuing to grow. So we need to see that change. Thank you, everybody. We've now reached the end of our session. So I think we pass now to Rebecca. Can you take it forward from here?
Yes, thanks. I will take it from here. Thank you all. That was such a great way to start the day. So many different questions addressed. Panelists, if you are able to just have a look on the Q&A, you should have the ability to type answers to the questions, and we're about to go into some lightning talks, and that will be a 15-minute video, so we can give you some time to answer those questions there before we go into our break. I would also encourage anyone to check out the Rivers Trust website and search for plastics for more information on the different projects that we've got going on tackling plastic pollution, including PPP, preventing plastic pollution, which we work on with Ewan. So I will move on now to our next set of lightning talks, and I think it's going to be another good one. I will just load that up now.
Thanks, everybody. That was really great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ruth Wiggins, and this is my poem Hydrograph, which is partly about the river Roding and partly about my father, who has terrible memory and who grew up on the banks of the Roding. Hydrograph. You say the river has no memory, but what about those days, reaching out for half-remembered floodplains, those days of spate? You don't do spate. Fishing for memories, a trip to an underfed stream, a bucket lowered that can only bob, not dip, its lip just resting on water. So I load you with stones, hit mud or gravel, then haul you in, grumbling to the tune of half a glassful. Not the when of when did I have, the yes-no of did I. Barely a drop of remember when you took me to Mile End Road, donuts. You were ever like this, the here, the now, your left and right banks. But the misty-eyed recall, your hanging gardens, your childhood manner tips you over. Those days you don't quite, but almost remember. And so I make for spots on your river, where you played, where I played 20 years later. The time I lost a bucket at Abridge, its slow motion tip, then wobble off the weir, downstream spilling tiddlers. Past boys under the new flyover, larking on rafts of stolen polystyrene. Past your small ghost, wary on the bank, not yet a swimmer. Pink-handled, bobbing and tipping, picking up water, depositing. Sluice gates, gravel, then up again, tidal to the creek and away. Did the boys drift past you? Did they wave at your trick in the air, then bat away, the not quite there? Thank you.
I'm Jessica Taggart-Rose. I'm a member of Poets for the Planet, and this is a poem that I wrote on a trip to Wales with a photographer friend, Zoe Childerley. She was photographing the landscape and I was writing about it. It struck me there that Wales is a place where stories seep up from the ground like water, and this is a poem called Seep. Deer grass tips its long gold blades, defers to breezy licks, mimics glacial carved shapes, landscape of lunar-flavoured ice cream hills. Source of the Teffy seeps up between tussocks, pools in boot treads, collects in lakes, trickles on through Cors Caron. Stories bubble up from bog. The lady of the lake appears aslip on stepping stones and water falls into another world. Glaslan Gorge guards fragile rifts, encases spells in rock shelves, a library refracting time, fern fronds unfurl. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Thomas Swayers. I'm a full-time delivery driver and a part-time poet, writer and sports coach up in North Wales, which is where this poem originates from. The River Clwydog, when translated from Welsh to English, literally means the noisy river. Listen to the water trickle down the hillside, dribble past lush farmers' fields, wriggle away from busy townfolk, hurriedly going about their day, noisily. Listen to the water helping mills to mill their corn, tempting fish to find the net, limping past walkers along its banks, drinking the clean fresh water, noisily. Listen to the water when rolling over the rocks, again as it slaps the muddy bank and strains to hear nature's call, complain when it spills into the Dee, maintain its Welsh history, the noisy river.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Peterman. I'm the director and co-writer of River.
Hi, I'm Robert McFarlane. I'm also one of the co-writers on River.
We're really excited to be bringing our film to the UK and Ireland.
So join me and Jen on the 16th of March for a nationwide preview and a Q&A for this cinematic musical odyssey as we explore this ancient relationship between humans and rivers.
Until then, take an exclusive sneak peek at the film.
To be truly alive, a river must be wild. Willful and unhindered. Yearning for the ocean, its only purpose is to descend.
The river snakes through the living room, a shelf holding memories of drier days aloft, small fry munching through the carpet fronds, stalking a takeaway. A shrimp wipes its feet at the front door. A beach creeps up the stairs with each passing decade. Lulled onto the sand, a crab starts to burrow. A nesting squirrel watches, amused from the landing above. The clawed creature retires with a bruised insight to better quarries. Driftwood, jamming the back door open. A fridge door sways within the mercurial flow. The high tide swells up against the white speckled double glazing. Hungry shells welcome the deluge with open mouths. A chummy dogfish, curled up within a television, surveys the gallery of life. Multicoloured algae decorate walls in abstract neo-cubism. A winged form flashes through, lifting a pond skater. Mid-corridor, how damp is damp? A river shelters under its own roof from the rain.
Water asks questions, does not flinch. Water licks the wind's fingers as it falls. Water sings as it slips round stones, each winding a shift in cadence, pitch. Water forever seeks its level. Salt spray demands answers from rock. Ice will have its way with mountain. Water remembers. Each drop a sonnet. And in the ocean's belly, all that was, is, will be.
So thank you to Emily on our team for putting together that video, and to all the poets especially who contributed, as well as the production team at Dogwoof for giving us that exclusive footage of the film. I think some of the poets are actually watching, so I hope that you're seeing the really amazing reaction to the poems as well. We are ready to go into a break. We're a bit ahead of time, so it'll be, I guess, an extended break, chance to get some tea, coffee, sustenance, and then we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. for our session on data and monitoring. So I will ask Emily to bring up the holding slides, if that's okay, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes. Hi everyone, and welcome back. It's just after 11, so hopefully everyone is feeling refreshed and ready for an exciting hour talking data and monitoring. I am sure that this is going to be a really busy session, so I'm going to hand straight over to Michelle Walker to lead us through this one. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks very much, Becca, and yeah, welcome everyone to this session, which is entitled Knowledge is Power, Driving Change Through Data and Monitoring. And we've got a great lineup of speakers for you who I'll introduce shortly. I just wanted to sort of reflect on what we've heard so far at the conference, and what I've picked up in nearly every session so far is the need for evidence to underpin the action that we need to restore our rivers. We've heard about the need for better evidence to increase investor confidence for financing nature's recovery. We know we need better information on how effective nature-based solutions are so that we can adapt what we do in future. We've heard a lot about the need to fill gaps in knowledge so we understand more about the issues and the impacts of things like urban runoff, microplastics, as we heard in the last session, chemical pollution. We need more information on the barriers in our rivers. And we've heard at yesterday's session about the need for better information on the risks of using our rivers for recreation. So our speakers today are going to talk to you about some of the work they're involved with to really help start to fill those gaps. And that includes things like citizen science, but also smart technology approaches and how we can combine all of these different types of information to fill the knowledge gaps and to really create the driver for change. We're going to hear about collaboration at catchment scale and really using this to accelerate the pace and scale of action. And it's been really good to see the government acknowledging this evidence gap in things like the 25-year Environment Plan and the recent Environmental Audit Committee report. But it's businesses, community groups, NGOs and academia who are really coming together to lead the way on this, through initiatives like the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative that we're about to kick off as a collaboration this year. So anyway, if I can now invite the speakers for this session to turn on their cameras briefly so they can wave hello, and I'm going to introduce everyone now, and then we'll dive into the talks. So first up, we're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Lazelle, who is Senior Research Lead at Earthwatch UK. And he's also Associate Professor at the University of Siena in Italy. Stephen and his colleagues have developed the Freshwater Watch Citizen Science Programme. So that's pulling together businesses, regulators and researchers from more than 40 countries. And Stephen's going to be talking about the power of citizen science and the work on improving water quality that they're doing in the Evenlode Catchment Partnership. Then we're going to hear from Glyn Cotton and Rob Passmore about the smart biosphere. So Glyn is the CEO and co-founder of the technology company Water, and they design and build technical solutions to help improve the environment. And Rob is the commercial lead of the Biosphere Foundation, which is a non-profit trading arm of the North Devon UNESCO Biosphere. And Smart Biosphere is a catchment scale environmental intelligence platform, pulling lots of smart data together to really target interventions. Then we're going to hear from Bryony John and Richard Tyler of the Save the Wye campaign. So the Save the Wye campaign group is made up of local people who really care deeply about what's happening to their local river. And they've been using citizen science and data to really start to drive change. Bryony's a retired primary school teacher who lives in Herefordshire, and she's been an active citizen scientist on the project. And Richard has worked in conservation for many years before he retired. And they both live near the river and spend their retirement empowering local people to protect their natural environment. And last but not least, we're going to hear from Tom Williams from AnyBio and British Water. Tom's an independent technical water quality specialist with 30 years of experience under his belt. He runs British Water's real-time monitoring group and is part of the Water Europe Bathing Water Group. Tom, as I know, because I've been swimming with him, is a keen year-round outdoor swimmer. And his talk's going to give us a whistle-stop tour of global technology that's currently being used for improving water quality in bathing waters across the globe. So as before, if you can please post any questions in the Q&A function, and we'll endeavour to answer as many of these as we can at the end. And please do upvote questions so we can prioritise them, and we'll get the speakers as well to type their answers if we run out of time. So without further ado, I'm hoping Stephen is able to take it from here. If you can give us your presentation, please, Stephen. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you to all these 240 people who are participating. It's brilliant. Am I sharing the presentation, or are you sharing the presentation?
If you would like to share it from your end, Stephen.
Okay. Okay, that's always fun. Okay. 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 I have no idea if you guys can see this now, but yes, I hope you can. Okay. So I'm going to give a very quick presentation on what we're doing in the Evenlode Catchment Partnership, which is one of the smart water catchments, and in particular showing you how different forms of information can be used to understand what's going on in the catchment and outline priorities for mitigation and for further monitoring. So the Evenlode is a large and important catchment with 18 water bodies on it. It's suffered generally through most of the catchment through pretty poor water quality. These problems with water quality are connected to multiple pollution sources, both point sources and diffuse sources. In particular, wastewater treatment works on one side, but also agriculture on the other. And so through the partnership, we're trying to address all of these in an organized and methodical manner. And the key problems are that even though, like most of the rivers in the UK, has limited connection between the river and the landscape, and even a worse connection between the communities and the river. So there are a large number of people who are very passionate, very interested, and take an active participation in citizen science or in river events. But there's also a large part of the population that doesn't. So one of our objectives here is to make that make the river more part of people's day-to-day life. So as we're going to talk about monitoring and data, I'm going to show you a little bit of the data. So the EA has been monitoring in 30 sites on and off for the last 50 years. And there's been highs and lows in monitoring, but the information for a good part of the catchment is well organized and well done. And in recent years, citizen scientists have started to come on and taking lots of measurements. And you can see the blue line is the annual number of measurements taken by the EA, and the green line is the annual number of measurements taken by citizen scientists. And you can see just a few years ago, the number of measurements by citizen scientists per year is gone above that of the Environment Agency. So it's a data source, an information source that has now become very important in this catchment and is now very useful for this kind of catchment partnership to utilize and to both gain a better understanding of what's going on, but also understand where we can focus monitoring and mitigation and how local communities can be part of that as far as monitoring and information generating. So these are an infinitely long, complex list of EA sites on the left, which continue, and the Freshwater Watch site, which is the Earthwatch Global Citizen Science Water Monitoring Program on the right. Just to give you an idea of what we've been able to do with some of this data, combining it, we're able to come out with understand what are the long-term trends on a lot of these water bodies. And fortunately, there's quite a few water bodies that have gone through that have improved significantly over the last decades, and we can do that by combining long-term EA data with citizen science data. Oftentimes, the citizen science data are picking up where the EA stopped a number of years ago, and so we're able to understand which water bodies are getting better. And in a certain sense, what we've been able to do with this trend information is kind of understand, well, if it continues in this, where it is improving, when will these water bodies turn into, or have, in this case, phosphate concentrations that are below, let's say, desired limits. So those desired limits could be 0.1 ppm or milligrams per liter, or it could be 0.05. So understanding what the trend is and understanding using data that's been collected, data that's been obtained over the last 5 or 6 years, we're able to understand when we could expect the situation to reach a desired concentration in this case. Of course, those water bodies that aren't changing over time, there's no way to do that. And so those are water bodies that need to be addressed from either a more monitoring point of view or from a mitigation point of view, where it's very clear that things are not changing. From the same data from both citizen science and EA data, one of the things we can look at is the impact of chronic or continuous pollution compared to more event-driven pollution. So if you can imagine, if there's a constant source of, in this case, phosphorus going into a river, and that river has an annual maximum, let's say, flow rate in the winter and a minimum flow rate in the summer, the concentrations are going to change based on the availability, this constant load, and the river discharge or the river flow. And that graph on the left, you can see the even load at Oddington, so on the main even load river, you can see a very seasonal variation in phosphate concentration. And this seasonal variation from phosphate concentration comes out and is repeated year in and year out in this particular site and in many sites across the catchment, indicating that there's essentially a constant load that is very much, or near constant load, that's very much modified by the flow rate dynamics of the river. Whereas on the Blue Brook, that image you see in the center, that the phosphate concentrations are very much controlled by in this case, precipitation. So the highest precipitation occurs in Oxfordshire from November, let's say November to February, and that's when the highest concentrations of phosphate are there. So these are two examples. So we're able to kind of categorize the water bodies, or the rivers that are monitored by both citizen scientists and by the EA, into ones that have a more chronic or continuous source of phosphorus, and one that have a more event-driven source. Interestingly, the citizen scientists, which we work with citizen scientists across the globe, and I have to tell you that the ones in the even load are incredibly ingenious in how they go about this. But the citizen scientists in the even load took early on a hypothesis-driven approach. So what they do is they monitor at several places below, most importantly, below and above a potential pollution or a suspected pollution source. And in this case, it's sewage treatment works, but you can see this is 5 years of data. Seasonal dynamics above and below the treatment works are very different. So that blue and orange line in the bottom are sites that are monitored upstream of Milton sewer treatment works, and that gray line is monitoring downstream. So you can see the very important role that the treatment works have on concentrations of phosphorus. And this is robust data, and demonstrating without a doubt that the hydrodynamics of this Little Stock Brook are strongly influencing the concentrations as a relatively constant flow out of the treatment works. Our main theme here. Of course, we're seeing this throughout treatment works all across the catchment, and we're using this to understand which treatment works are having more or less impacts, and which treatment works that have, for example, phosphate stripping. What does that do to this cyclical nature of this pollutant of phosphate? And if that wasn't convincing enough, we can also see things like this. You can see on the right hand side, the blue lines are spill hours per month of one particular treatment works, and the gray lines are monitoring done by citizen scientists before before the wastewater treatment plant, the wastewater treatment works. There's a flat line. After, there's a very high peak, and what's interesting is this high peak that occurs in the summer from a very small spill is another indication that the chronic or continuous release is important, but the importance of one spill depends on when it occurs. So most of the spills throughout the catchment occur in the high precipitation period, so in December and January and February.
1 minute.
Thank you. And in May, in this case, in 2001, but a very small spill in August led to a very high concentration. So, very last thing I want to speak about, and I think Tom will probably speak about. So we've also installed some sondes up and downstreams of wastewater treatment plants, which together with Thames water monitoring will give us a really good idea of what the daily in and out conditions are. And this is, for example, dissolved oxygen. Interestingly, looking at biological oxygen demand, which is a derived function or simply specific inductance, you can see this before blue line, after in orange, and the daily cycles of these of the F1 of the what's happening on the river after the wastewater treatment works. And so from this, we're setting monitoring priorities. We're trying to influence the mitigation priorities, and we're coming up with key locations where citizen scientists should monitor, where blitzes can occur, where the sondes should be placed, and informing mitigation. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That's great. And without further ado, if I can invite Glyn and Rob to give their presentation.
Okay, let me stop. Okay, good.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm going to lead off if that's okay, and then Glyn is going to finish up on the second half, if that's all right. I wanted to go back to something you said right at the start, Michelle, which is evidence and the need for it. And this really underpins what we're trying to do with the Smart Biosphere, specifically trying to understand what is the infrastructure that we need to deliver the evidence for different types of interventions. be that nature-based flood management, be that about catchment water quality, or for natural capital investments of different kinds. Quick introduction to the biosphere. The UNESCO Biosphere Network is a global network, and it is a designation similar to a World Heritage Site, but rather than protecting a cultural asset, it protects a globally relevant ecosystem asset. There are over 730 of them around the world. Together, they cover 5% of the Earth's surface and are home to over 250 million people. What excites us about this is when we can work out innovative solutions, it gives us a very rapid route to market to roll those solutions out across a large percentage of the Earth's surface. The North Devon UNESCO Biosphere Reserve was the first reserve in the UK. We hosted 2 of the pioneer programs within the 25-year environment plan, and we've got a growing track record in natural capital strategy. And the area of the Biosphere Reserve is it's about 30% of Devon, and it is larger than the total area of London. I work for the Biosphere Foundation, which is the non-profit trading arm of the Biosphere Reserve, and our focus is slightly different. Our focus is on natural capital economic development, and specifically how we can use the North Devon Biosphere almost as a petri dish to test and trial new approaches, and when they are proven to work, looking at a lift and shift strategy to replicate them to other geographies, both within the UK and around the world as well. Talking specifically about catchment monitoring, we saw 5 main challenges which kind of bore the inception of Smart Biosphere as a product. The first one is intermittent catchment monitoring, just the fact that monitoring tends to happen on and off. It isn't a continuous thing, and it doesn't have the kind of temporal density of every 15 minutes that Parliament, among others, are now demanding, and the 25-year environment plan, etc. Secondly, there isn't the kind of geographic density of monitoring needed to really understand what's happening at a systemic level. The catchment, the land, the community, as Stephen said, and the river are one system. And you need to have a density geographically of monitoring to really understand that, and that's lacking currently. Thirdly, there's a lack of integration of different data sources, so you get a single view of the system. Fourth, there is weak nature-based intervention baseline and validation. That comes back to this evidence. So what is current state, what is the intervention we're looking to do, and what is the future state that we want to achieve, and then ground truth that that has actually happened. And finally, whilst there are low-cost sensor options coming onto the market, a lot of these are currently unproven. I think one of the comments in the parliamentary committee was that you need to kiss a lot of frogs to find a prince with regards to the kind of technology solutions. So this was a real challenge for us as well. The result of all of that was that we've got really patchy information to make fundamental strategic decisions with how we manage our catchments and nature moving forward. So that was the challenge. Solution that we've come up with, we've been in development for 2 years with funding from central government through the Community Renewal Fund, the Environment Agency, South West Water, our local LEP, and Siemens technology. And it's been delivered in partnership with the organisations below the dotted line here. In terms of the components of it, it includes low-cost, high-dense sensor networks, which provide that geographic and temporal density that is really needed, and that is what water has been providing. And Glyn will touch on this more in a minute. Critically, though, we baseline and calibrate that data against gold standard data sources, which include the Environment Agency, working with the University of Exeter, and Rothamsted Research. to make sure that the data is robust from those sensors. And all of those sensors are connected through an industrial grade IoT framework called MindSphere from Siemens Technology that is highly scalable across the UK and beyond. We then layer in additional existing data from the Environment Agency, so their MST data, their water quality data, flood management, tracking with NFM Studio, a new product they're looking at in Devon and Cornwall, Met Office, and from South West Water themselves as well. We then look at bringing in the citizen science component to this too, and Glyn will talk more about that in a minute. And we're working with Amazon Web Services on leveraging Earth observation to improve the monitoring components of this too. So the result of bringing these pieces together is that we end up with a catchment scale digital twin to improve our decision making moving forward. In terms of the components within this application framework, if you kind of read across the top first, we've got a number of modules within the product. They provide real-time monitoring, forecasting and predictive analysis, geographical track and trace back to source, scenario modeling so that we can look at what would happen if we planted trees here, for example, and intervention baselining and monitoring. And we provide that across coliform, nutrient loading and linking into eutrophication events, water pollution, flow and volume, soil chemistry and bathing quality. In terms of the customers that we're looking to use with this solution, we're a non-profit, just to be really clear, but the customers we're working with, water companies, the Environment Agency to support Water Framework Directive, DEFRA and these other organisations out here who need that evidence in order to make informed investment decisions with limited resources. Glyn, I'll pass to you.
Perfect, thanks Rob. So this is a kind of a top-down view of the catchment. So this is the Umber catchment. It's 6 kilometres long, and it's quite interesting because there's not much upstream, and it does get heavily impacted by weather events. So you can really see from the map kind of the sensor density that we're working with. The orange sensors are soil sensors. So we've got soil moisture sensors that measure soil moisture at 5 different depths, and also soil chemistry sensors. We also have the blue pins on the map, which are the water quality sensors, and we also have water depth sensors. And then with the water depth sensors, we're working with the Environment Agency, who are doing all the rating work so that we can get flow data from those locations. And then tucked down near the coast, we have an EA green box, which has some, as Rob said, some kind of gold standard monitoring equipment in it, which is really key to this catchment project. So installing that number of sensors has a reasonable amount of work associated with it. So initially there was the landowner outreach program. So this was done by the Environment Agency, Biosphere and the local council, reaching out to local farmers, local landowners, and discussing the fact that there is a problem in the catchment, and we would like to install equipment on your land. It's not measuring you specifically, but we're trying to kind of see what the bigger picture is and start to learn where some of the issues are coming from. And the feedback was really good, and actually there was not much pushback from farmers as to kind of not wanting equipment on their land. So we installed 42 units, that's 12 bankside units, 30 floating units, 4 different installation methods, 12 depth sensors, and different levels of physical security. And this is talking about the kind of sensor network and the value in the calibration element that Rob was talking about. So we have our water sensors that feed into a water training sensor, which is calibrating those water sensors. And then we have the green box, which is the EA National Instrumentation Service sensors, which also helps with the calibration. Then we have the training sensor, again, calibrating against Rothamsted's research, really high-end kind of water quality equipment. In-catchment coliform testing, machine learning, which kind of brings all of these data points together and enables us to integrate also weather data and history, and give a really good real-time and predictive view of inferred parameters. So the result of that is low-cost solution and best-in-class monitoring with regards to 15-minute intervals. And then building on from that, so the citizen science module, so there's a lot of citizen science projects going on, and we wanted to build a module that really brought it all together. So crowdsourced water data, volunteer-based approach, everything submitted via one centralized app, different levels of submission. So everything from dip tests all the way through to proper kind of lab-based results. Everything's location-based, so being able to flag if an incident is reported, and everything's viewed on the map.
Just 10 seconds very quickly on the end of here. We're looking to expand it to 3 other locations, the estuary of the Tortoise. But we are actively looking for other areas that we can lift and shift the model to. So please do get in touch with us with regards to that. And we're looking at these additional areas of functionality kind of rolling out from that as well. Thank you, Michelle.
Great, thank you very much, guys, and we'll definitely be in touch. The Catchment Monitoring Cooperative would definitely like to take that and use it. Okay, we're running a bit behind time, so if I can invite Bryony and Richard to give their presentation.
We're just going to share our screen now. Okay, so is that a, can you see the slides?
No, we're looking at your the presenters at the moment.
Be better. Is that okay?
Yes. Can you see that now? Yeah, are we on?
Yep.
Okay.
Brilliant.
So we're Bryony John and Richard Tyler from the Save the Y campaign. Save the Y is an umbrella campaign which brings together groups of citizen scientists within the Y catchment, such as Friends of the Upper Y and Lower, Friends of the Lug, and the Campaign for Rural England. We share information and run focused campaigns. So Michelle's asked us to talk about how we've brought about change through our data and monitoring. So let's start with some background. The River Wye and its catchment is one of the most highly designated ecosystems in the UK. Yet it's been struggling to meet its healthy river status for over a decade. And in the last 5 years, its decline due to pollution has been accelerating. Anglers report that in 1988, 6,000 Atlantic salmon were caught in the Wye, but in 2020, this was a mere 300. Wild swimmer Angela Jones, who swims in the Wye every day, has documented a significant decline in water quality in the last 3 years, with brown slime covering the riverbed, and a 90% loss of the thick beds of ranunculus, also known as water crowfoot, which acts as a nursery for young fish. The river crosses from Wales to England, then back to Wales again, and is regulated by Natural Resources Wales and the Environment Agency. The targets for the river are different in each nation. The river fails in Wales, but meets its targets in England. Having 2 regulators just doesn't work. As far back as 2014, the 2 regulators and other organisations started discussing how to address the pollution, but little action was taken because data on the source of the pollution was not yet available. And due to the funding cuts of 60%, the EA reduced its monitoring of pollution in the Wye catchment, stopping sampling at 37 out of 45 monitoring points. No enforcing action has been taken in the last 4 years. In the summer of 2020, sections of the river turned green, causing a public outcry as to what was happening. Pollution had caused eutrophication, where algal blooms cut out sunlight and eventually settled on the riverbed, smothering all forms of river life. Utterly exasperated with the lack of action from the regulatory agencies, the Wye Salmon Angling Association started its own citizen science monitoring to collect the pollution data which was so badly needed. And this idea was copied by other groups of local people who could not bear to see the river dying before their eyes. Over the next 12 months, citizen scientist groups were set up along the Wye and, critically, also along the rivers which flow into the Wye, so that the testing is truly cross-catchment and cross-border. Cardiff University supervised the programme setup and advised on the equipment and methodology. And the volunteers test for a number of vectors, including phosphate and nitrate pollution. Imagine the time and commitment it takes to set up such a volunteer programme. But nonetheless, during 2021, over 600 citizen scientists were signed up and trained. In 2022, we now have over 300 testing sites. We are hugely grateful for all the practical and financial support we've received from the Wye Salmon Association, Wye Usk Foundation, Herefordshire and Radnorshire Wildlife Trusts, the Environment Agency, and both River Action and the Rivers Trust. It takes time to collect and analyse robust scientific data, and we don't expect to be able to publish for at least another 6 months. But in the meantime, the sheer numbers of citizen scientists have caught the attention of the general public, the polluters, the regulators, and most importantly, government ministers. The 5 citizen science groups established the Save the Wye campaign to continue to raise the plight of the river in the media. And in the summer of 21, they created a massive project called Walking with the Wye. We walked the whole length of the river from source to sea, carrying a bottle of source water, bypassing all the pollution. This project brought the message about the failing river to every village and town along its banks, with riverside events held, including talks and debates. It also celebrated the river with art, poetry, storytelling and music. The public response was huge and hit headlines in national and local media. People wrote about their concerns to their MPs and to their local papers. And the Hereford Times subsequently made Save the Wye one of its own campaigns. The Save the Wye campaign is independent, it has no political masters, and its only agenda is to defend the Wye. As the voice of the people, its purpose is to keep awareness of the issues high. With its citizen science members collecting hard data, week in, week out, we keep pressure on decision makers and polluters. More action was to come, and I'll hand over to Richard to talk you through what happened next.
Thank you, Bryony. I'm sure you're only too aware of all the problems around intensive poultry units. It's a particularly bad problem here in the Wye, and there are now an estimated 20 million chickens in this catchment at any one time. This is just huge and has risen from about 2 million 10 years ago. This really cannot have not had a problem. The growth has been largely promoted and supported by the multinational Cargill, also known locally as Avara, who have a major processing plant in Hereford. A welcome report from Leeds and Lancaster University in December 21 definitively demonstrated that 60% of the phosphate in the Wye comes from agriculture. Chicken manure is a huge component of this. Surprisingly, Avara actually admitted publicly last October that it knew it was part of the problem and it needed to reduce its impacts. However, we have not seen or heard any changes yet on the ground, and we may have to become more active in persuading them to move forwards. We're also very clear that the simple biodigesting or incinerating of waste only changes the nature of the problem. It does not remove any of the key pollution. Much more is needed from these multinationals. Yet there are rules in place for ensuring agricultural nutrients do not impact on the river. The so-called farming rules for water have been in place since 2018, But when was the last time you heard of any farmer being prosecuted for breaking those rules? As Bryony said earlier, the enforcement regime has been picked away at over the past 10 years by central government cuts driven by the deregulation model. And as we were hearing earlier in the conference, regulation is absolutely essential for making these systems work. Even the farmers are actually now calling for effective enforcement. They know that they face an inspection at the moment only once every 193 years. The role of the citizen scientist is to point the finger at people and places where further investigation is needed and to highlight any deficiency in delivery. But our focus has always been on what local people can do. After the walk, another burst of folk volunteered to monitor pollution in the tributaries, so much so that it hit national headlines. And you may have heard the South Herefordshire MP, Jessie Norman, who's been very active in supporting the river, who submitted a PMQ in Parliament, and our Prime Minister responded with the line, which is at least memorable, that he had a memorable early morning swim in the Wye when the water tasted like nectar. The citizen scientists hit back, sending Johnson a bottle of polluted water and encouraging to drink it. Over the past winter, Save the Wye has continued to generate local publicity, and the citizen scientists have featured strongly in local and national press, and we've been using social media to excellent effect as well. These seemingly innocuous actions have brought sympathy to the cause whilst keeping the campaign in people's minds. The groups that make up Save the Wye have recently come together and generated a set of campaign demands. Whilst independently produced, these mirror those developed by River Action, and we will be working with them quite closely to promote the message over common months. Most important is the call for urgency. The river is declining at a horrifying rate. 2 years to save the Wye is really not just a slogan. In conclusion, sorry, I've lost my script. In conclusion, we've found that it is by demonstrating the intensity of local support for our rivers that through citizen science and the Walking Project, we have gained the attention of the media, the politician and their agencies. Local people are demanding action and the system is starting to listen. At the end of the day, we are just ordinary citizens, but by acting together, all 600 citizen scientists can be and are making a difference. This is a model we would commend to anybody who cares about their rivers. Thank you very much for listening, and every best wish for your local river.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, both of you. That's really inspiring, actually. Although the story is alarming about what's happening, I think, you know, knowledge really is power. And, you know, it's fantastic to see people coming together around that evidence base. Brilliant. We've got questions coming in thick and fast, but we'll carry on to our last speaker. Tom, if you would like to present, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, what great presentations we've had so far. So I'm a bit of a mixed bag. I'm a water professional who's been in the industry for 30 years, but I'm also an outdoor swimmer. And as you can see, this is me in the ice. And I'm also a landowner as well. So I have a little woodland at the inlet to Toddbrook Dam, which you might remember famously started to collapse in 2019. I represent British Water. British Water are the trade body that for the supply chain to the water industry. So we're not the companies that manage the utilities, but we provide all the equipment. And one of the most disappointing things that we've seen this year was the CEOs of some companies sitting in front of Parliament and suggesting that we don't have the technology to do this stuff. And this quick whistle stop tour of what's going on around the world hopefully will convince you that that's the key to what's going on, and there has been an explosion in that area. We do have the technology, and even though the Rivers Trust conference is very much a UK-based things, it's not just the UK that's experiencing these issues. Let's see if I can move my slide on. There we go. So as a landowner, we have a rewilding project and we swim in the Toddbrook, and we have all the same concerns as you, and we're hopefully trying to do something about it. But as I say, digitization over the last 10 years with the evolution of the smartphone means every part of the water cycle is being looked at. and we'll look at a few of these going on around the world. So here in the USA, these are projects that I've been involved in. Our real-time monitoring of tap water, consumer confidence reports that come to your house every year, telling you exactly what's going on with your rivers, your environment, and your tap water at home. And in the USA, they treat it like a food. So we wouldn't imagine buying any kind of food without details of what's going on. Bottled water has all the information, what's in that when we buy it. Here in Chicago, which is not known as a city that doesn't have some industry, they digitized all their rivers back in 2018 with real-time monitoring on water quality going out. So everybody swimming in the Lake Michigan beaches here and doing river activities like kayaking. And all this was public information. And then down in the bottom right here, this is a project that was in DC, in the political capital. And there they link up all this information to the national security database, of course, to protect the president, but also to the emergency responders, so that every tank along that river, every industrial unit has real-time monitoring that the first responders can see what's going on. Here's a project in the USA, in Florida, using Sentry, which is a microbial activity sonde. Here is a swimming venue that wanted real-time monitors to track algal growth and if there was any blue-green algae going on. And they have data that comes in every minute from this sonde and is reflected on a dashboard and on a screen when swimmers enter the site so that they can see what's going on. Across the EU, they've been getting ready for the Water Framework Directive goal of 2026. And all these cities here listed on the right have projects. With Berlin, Paris particularly is making the Seine clean enough to swim so that they can use it for the Olympics in 2024. Milan, Copenhagen, and Sofia, of course. And then Barcelona and Berlin have been running the iBathwater, where they've been testing real-time E. coli monitoring systems. And then we have a couple of EU-funded things that are connected in the UK. The Forth Resilience Array up in Scotland is digitising the Forth. And then we have Monocle based down in Plymouth that's doing some Earth observation type stuff. And we're trying to link up what's going on with the current assets to what the future's presenting. So Earth observation has been mentioned a few times, and I've got a couple of examples of how that's being used. But there is a lot of information out there already. We have flow sensors and networks, we have CCTV. Satellite weather prediction is already used by all the water companies and the dam owners, people like the Canals and Rivers Trust, to understand the exact rainfall. We have building information management data and LiDAR and other mapping tools that give us a lot of information. And a lot of this is public access. So you guys who are doing citizen science can access some of this data and feed it into what you're doing as well. And then in the near future, as we've seen earlier, there's some AI solutions. Metasphere are one of those. Siemens were mentioned earlier. Internet of Things, IoT sensors like water, as we mentioned earlier, and satellite water quality, where we can track from space when there is algal blooms going on and the changing of colors and temperatures of the water across the world. Here's an example that Welsh Water are using with LiDAR to share that data with farmers, so they can see where the runoff across their land goes, and they can look at maybe planting some trees in these runoff channels or absorbents, or maybe even diverting these channels so that it doesn't enter the rivers and they don't lose those nutrients down the watercourse. Equally, Welsh Water are using LiDAR to look at planning applications. So here was a wind farm, but any housing that's being built, and we've seen across the country that housing builds increase the load onto our catchments of nutrients. But you could check what the runoff is from that particular location and whether just moving, in this example, moving it 8 meters away from the initial point would actually stop any potential contamination from runoff in that particular area of land. And as I mentioned, public access, going back to old mapping tools. So this is a key example. It's actually a Scottish map, and we have a wastewater treatment works here. And going back to maps of the 1890s, where there used to be a mill on this site before the wastewater treatment site was built. And underneath it, there's a runoff channel. And the wastewater company didn't know where a lot of their flood waters went. And it turned out that a lot of it drained into this channel and ran off down the river. And they had no idea that this 100-year-old bit of infrastructure existed. So it's always worth checking back and looking to see what is historically there. Okay, so this bit is sort of my major point of what I wanted to talk about today. Is about markets, and we've heard a lot about reliability of data, and we've got this environmental land management system with public money for public good coming up, which is £8 billion a year. So it's a good chunk of money, and I know there's a funding gap that's been mentioned this week a number of times, but we could set up markets in this area, and a lot of the pension funds and the investors are always looking for markets to invest in. They can sell carbon credits that can be invested in our environment, and they're looking for ways to quantify and measure quality of water in real time and biodiversity. So they need to set a baseline, and they need to show that the environmental works, or whether it be rewilding or whatever it is that they're paying the farmers to do, are showing real improvements. And only with, I feel, real-time monitoring of these things can we really get figures that we can work with and use science-based targets that the UN want us to do to improve our system. And as I say, this is not just a UK issue. And here's some of the technologies that can do that. I mentioned the Sentry microbial activity and the real-time E. coli monitors. But here from Southwest Centre, we have real-time phosphate and real-time nitrate, and they're not expensive. They can be hooked up to water's digital connection systems. And then we have here in the middle a chem catcher, which can be left in the river and collect a continuous sample over a period of time. So you can look at micropollutants. And then there's stuff like eDNA that can check biodiversity. And here we have PCR tests that look at DNA and RNA for microbial activity. And there are soil moisture sensors, waters here on the list. There is a number of technologies that are very, very cheap now and very publicly available that everybody can use that can get that baseline data and can be used as a basis for our investment in the environment. Okay, I'm going to leave it there because I know there will be lots of questions.
Thank you so much, Tom. And yeah, to all the speakers, I think we've had a real whistle-stop tour of some of the brilliant work that's going on around the country to fill those knowledge gaps, really. Well, we've got only 8 minutes to lunch, but Becca's just messaged me and said maybe we could run a few minutes into your lunch break. We gave you 5 minutes extra of coffee break, so we might steal a few minutes back, because I think there's been some brilliant questions coming in that I'd really like now maybe to invite all of the speakers, if you could turn your cameras back on, and we will have a look at some of the questions that have come in. So one of the ones that's received the most votes, I think, is probably something that a lot of you are thinking. So Nigel Bond is asking that they want to set up some citizen science monitoring on the River Mole in Surrey, but I know there's groups all around the country that want to do the same and maybe follow in the footsteps of the Save the Wye campaign and Earthwatch and others. So I wonder, does anyone want to dive in first about, how do we know where to start if we're sort of a local community group and we want to start with this? I mean, Tom, you've just given us a bamboozling array of equipment, and it may be that the equipment's coming down in cost, but how does a local community group make a start on this? Maybe I could invite you first, and then
absolutely, Michelle. And the first step, I think, is to get your group together and discuss what you're going to do, and to start looking at something like the Earthwatch sampling kits that give you access to very cheap and easy grab sampling bits of equipment. And you can sign up for that via the Earthwatch website, I believe. But it gives you a very cheap and easy way to get your group working together, and then maybe going out and taking one of those white trays that, if you remember from when you were at primary school, and start counting some of the animals that you get in your water streams, and checking the biodiversity there. I think that would be the first two steps. And I open up for everybody else to take the next ones, right?
Anyone else want to jump in? Yeah, Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen.
Thanks, Tom. And I agree. One thing that we've found is very useful for the start of on a particular catchment is setting up what's called a water blitz, because oftentimes it's not a problem of the technology, it's a problem of getting lots of people involved. And if you do something that's free or so low cost that it's essentially free, you can get hundreds of people who wouldn't normally spend that time going by the river and taking a sample, or investigating the river, up and running in relatively low cost and easy manner. So, and we've found that, and now what began as a UK idea is now expanding across Europe. So there's all these blitzes going across the planet now. But you do manage to get, for example, in Dublin, 1,000 people signed up in 48 hours to participate in a blitz. The Irish are great at that, but in other parts of the planet, it's the same. So giving the technology is good. Getting the people is a really good first step.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, Bryony and Richard.
Yeah, we use a variety of techniques and equipment. Mostly it is using these phosphate strips. So it's just one parameter, but on the other hand, as Stephen's just said, the real point is to get it out there and get it used by a large number of people, getting a large number of data points. It has to be said that Cardiff University has assessed the strips and really are saying that they are not as accurate as these HANA monitors, which we also use, but have far fewer of them. But on the other hand, as far as I'm concerned, they are getting more data in and can point us, and indeed the Environment Agency, at places which need further investigation. Even the HANAs won't stand up in court. We need some proper lab-based techniques for that. But on the other hand, if you're widely distributing your course level collection of data, then you've got a chance of focusing other stuff where it's needed.
And I'd just like to add that, get in touch, because, within the Y catchment, we've got 5 different groups who all set up, relatively separately and are now working together. And of course, we've now had to do some work, marrying our databases and that kind of thing. So use our learning so that you're not kind of reinventing the wheel, and you can avoid some of the mistakes that we've made along the way. We'd be really delighted to help anybody, who wants to get in touch with us. So we'll put an email into the chat.
Brilliant, thanks. And I think there's a couple of links, including one I've just posted, of things where we've collated some information. The link that I've posted is a few years old now, but as part of that catchment monitoring cooperative work, we are going to look to try and sort of pull all of this information and guidance together and put you in touch with groups like Save the Y that have done this in practice, so you can learn from others, and hopefully we can come up with that set of kite marked methods that really works. Yes, Richard, did you?
Just to say that Elle von Bezen, we work with at Cardiff University, has just put a link in the chat to the relevant webpage. So do have a look at that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just thought I'd mention as well the great work that the Rivers Trust do. Thank you, Michelle, for all that work that you've done. It's been fabulous. But certainly in my catchment in the Upper Mersey, the teams from the River Trust and the River Guardians there, they go out and they do litter picks and they pull tyres and they pull all sorts of things out of the water for volunteers on the weekend. And that's just a fantastic way to bring people together.
Yeah, getting on and doing something as well. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we'll take another question now. There was one in here about, it was from Alejandro. It was aimed at Stephen, but I think I'm going to open it up to everyone, which is what are the main challenges to starting and maintaining a long-term citizen science program? So other than what equipment do we use, what else do we need to tackle to make these schemes successful? And as a sort of additional question, how do we handle the sort of uncertainties around data and manage expectations? So would anyone like to dive in on that one first? Yes, Bryony.
Well, I think in terms of our citizen scientists, people have got involved because they're feeling really frustrated and they really want to have immediate results. And I think one of the things that we've had to really talk to our volunteers about is that when you're building enough information to look at seasonal trends, to look at things like the impact of summer temperatures, manure spreading, extreme weather events, you can't publish the results in 2 to 3 months. You almost need to build up at least a year's worth of data. And I think some of our volunteers have found that quite frustrating, but we have spent time talking to them about that. So yeah, that would be something to flag.
Really kind of engaging people in the understanding what's likely to happen. Yeah. Okay, great. What about Rob and Glyn? I know you've sort of built your citizen science app alongside all of your sort of tech there. I mean, how might you kind of sustain what you've started in the biosphere?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great to hear from some other people doing it because it's very interesting. We were looking at a kind of like a rewards-based system, so people going out in catchment and taking samples and getting rewarded for doing that. But what we've found with that and what we kind of predicted with that is actually the quality of data is going to come down as opposed to like Brian and Richard are talking about, where actually you're getting people in the catchment who are really passionate about it and really want to make a difference to the water quality. That's the people you want to be engaged with, and that's the people who are really going to give you valuable results. And completely agree on the phosphate strips. Similar thing, we're looking at different tiers of measurements. So all the way from strip testing through to people then, after they've kind of been able to show that they can do that for a considerable amount of time, being able to then take lab results and then in situ testing. So they almost kind of earning rewards and building up and kind of building up people who are really kind of have that passion for water quality. So no, it's really interesting. I think, like everyone said, feel free to reach out. We've learned a lot of lessons already. We're trying to build a technology platform that will kind of hopefully encompass a lot of these learnings and have the ability to kind of roll out, so people can come to us and say, we've got a program that we want to roll out. We've already engaged with some people. We want to onboard them onto an application so that all the data is kind of centralized. And that's where that's the angle that we're kind of coming from.
Great, thank you very much. What I might do is just grab one more question and add a bit of my own onto it as a challenge. So Marcus is asking, is anyone with their citizen science and monitoring work engaging with farmers directly? And I know one of the challenges that we've got as we try and expand what we're doing is really increasing the diversity of people who can get engaged in citizen science. And I know, Stephen, you guys have been working with farmers and landowners, and I wonder, through all the work that you've done through Earthwatch, what are some of the lessons you've learned about how to engage other parties in citizen science?
It's amazing how easy it is the easiest question, the easiest answer. But farmers in particular are very often being tired of being accused as the bad guys, and most of them, a large percentage of them, are very interested in reducing their impacts. So we're in a whole series of projects where the farmers are monitoring different aspects of their farming practices and seeing where it can be reduced, nitrate loss and better control of the phosphate that they use on the fields. And that could be as simple as putting compost bundles at the bottom of the hill or buffer areas, and then measuring what gets collected there. So how much sediment, how much phosphorus, and everything else. And it's all done as Glenn was just saying. They make the measurements there in the field using relatively robust citizen science type methods, but then we couple 10% of those measurements or 20% of those measurements with measurements in the lab, so we know exactly what the accuracy of those methods are. And it's not just farmers. I mean, in rural communities, septic tanks overflowing and everything else, the more people we can get involved in this, the more they'll have a better eye at what's going on. And Outfall Safari is another example of a citizen science method where people are low cost, zero cost, and doing things. So I think the future is definitely going to be getting more people involved, a more variety of people, and especially young people in areas that maybe have underprivileged areas that don't even know what citizen science is. And that's the hurdle that we're pointing to at Earthwatch to try to expand. So
I do want to let Bryony and Richard and Tom and Rob say something quickly because they each have their hands up. If you can keep it to 30 seconds, guys, because we'll need to wrap up. Thank you.
I'll jump in if that's all right. Just to double down on what Stephen said, farmers by and large really want to see this stuff fixed too. Knowledge is power, and quite often there's an element of education that's needed to kind of understand what's causing this, the problems. And unless we can track issues back to source, you can't resolve the problem. And I think quite often the Environment Agency and others, the Water Framework Directive, will go, this is a problem catchment, but they can't actually diagnose where the issue is or track it back in a way that is measurable to be able to go, that's the problem, here's the intervention, and now we're going to monitor whether that's resolved it and iterate that. And that's where I think citizen science is the canary down the mine. It is where you can kind of see the breadcrumb of where the problem is. From my experience, we need to back that then up with evidence level calibrated data to be able to take action on the back of it. But it has a critical role for covering the density of a catchment.
Thanks very much. You both put your hands down now, but Brian,
well, mine actually was a question for fellow speakers. Is obviously we're heading to the point where we will soon have some sufficient data to make some good analysis. But again, we are now looking at, so how do we best do this? And do any of you have automated systems for doing this, or could you give us some advice on how we might go about that as a citizen science team? Rob, can we come to you?
Yeah, it'd be great to have a conversation. I mean, this is where Siemens have been incredible. The support that they've provided in terms of time series data management and machine learning capabilities and all of that kind of heavy tech, they've been incredible. So would love to look at how we could collaborate and support that with data, whether it's from sensors or your own sources, but into the same infrastructure.
Great. Well, I am now 7 minutes into people's lunch hour, so I fear we better stop there. I could talk about citizen science all day, as you all probably know. There will be lots more opportunities to pick this up in the future. We're going to be running conferences and workshops as we kickstart the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative. So thank you very much to all the speakers and to the brilliant questions that came in. If the speakers could try and answer some of the remaining questions, if they've got anything to contribute during the lunch hour. And I don't know, Becca, are you going to say anything before we finish? But I think we're starting back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, so just to say a final thank you from me. I think that session has done a great job of showing how central data and monitoring is to everything that we do in the Rivers Trust movement, and with so many other groups in partnership as well. And as Michelle said, I am going to allow the speakers to stay on for a few minutes to type any answers for their questions before they go and have a well-earned lunch, as I'm sure you will all be looking forward to as well. So yeah, we'll meet back here at 1 p.m. for the final session of the conference. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch break, maybe even got outside. I don't want to waste too much more time here, so because we've got quite the endurance session up to the finish line of this conference, but we were just so desperate to fit in all of the amazing speakers that we have coming up. So I am going to hand over to Rob Collins from our team at the Rivers Trust to guide us through the Planning for Nature session. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Becca. Welcome everyone to this Planning for Nature session. Yes, I'm Rob Collins, and we'll be covering a topic that I think is pretty eclectic and diverse, actually, and finds itself in a crowded space policy-wise. So we've got local nature recovery strategies, we've got elm, biodiversity net gain, planning regulations, 25-year environment plan ambitions, and water industry objectives as well, all thrown into the mix. And I think there's real potential here for us to, if we implement things well in a holistic and integrated way, we can realize some real multiple benefits from the environment that go beyond just nature recovery. But the flip side of that, of course, is if we tackle things in a piecemeal sort of way, and fragmented in our approach, then the very opposite will be the outcome. So there's a lot to play for, I think, on this particular issue over the coming years. Anyway, we have 4 excellent presenters lined up for you. We are going to be pushed for time, so I'm hoping these presenters will be excellent enough to leave a few minutes for Q&A at the end. First up, we'll have Jim Ayrton from United Utilities, and Jim has 15 years experience in water industry, and more recently has been focused upon natural capital and embedding that approach into operations at United Utilities, and I think also covering market approaches and financial incentives and so on. And following on from Jim, we'll hear from John Bryden. John is Head of Improving Rivers at Thames 21. And I know, and I've worked a little bit with him on this, has done a lot of work in recent years around SUDs and nature-based solutions in the urban environment. And of late, I know has been looking at natural capital and quantifying benefits in terms of natural capital, including monetizing them, which is a challenge. Following on from John, we have Charlene Duncan from South East Rivers Trust. Charlene is an education and outreach officer at the Trust and has responsibility for the school's education program there. And she'll be tackling community engagement, which I think is a key issue around nature recovery, whether that be in the urban or rural environment. And finally, Mark Horton, MBE. So Mark is the Rivers Trust All Ireland Director and overseeing the growth and development of the trusts in Ireland, across the island of Ireland. and he is also Chief Executive of Ballandary Rivers Trust. And Mark will be covering the Source to Tap project, which sets up the foundations, really, if you like, to begin to plan for nature. So that's enough from me. We're short of time, so we'll kick off with Jim, who will give us that water industry perspective.
Thanks very much, Rob. Just share my screen, hopefully, so everybody should be able to see, and I'll go into presentation mode. So hopefully everybody can see that. My name's Jim Ayrton. I am the Natural Capital Strategy and Planning Manager for United Utilities. And so I'm going to be talking today around kind of our approach to planning for nature and kind of using our catchment systems thinking approach to try and drive better outcomes for nature and meet the kind of requirements that we have to deliver for customers. Sorry, just struggling to move my slide on. There we go. So in terms of nature, the importance of nature, just a couple of quotes pulled out there. First one from David Attenborough as part of the forward for the Descriptor Review. You know, we're facing a global crisis. We're totally dependent on the natural world. It supplies us with every oxygen-laden breath we take and every mouthful of food we eat. Key thing missing there, obviously, mouthful of water that we drink as well. But I think the sentiment really comes through from that. Nature is absolutely critical to human existence, and we really need to care about it and take it forward. And, you know, Professor Descriptor himself said around, you know, if we care about our common future, we should all be naturalists. So, you know, this is not just on us. This is absolutely about protecting nature for future generations to continue to receive the services that nature can provide, and really maximising those to ensure our kind of prosperity as a society and that continued existence. So United Utilities, we've got a long history of trying to work with nature to deliver what we need to. Hopefully some people are aware of the work we've done on SCAMP, but this was launched in 2005, innovative programme that was really focusing on driving catchment quality improvements, meeting nature conservation, so delivering biodiversity gains, improving the quality of those catchments to improve the quality of the water that we're able to abstract from them. We've worked with a lot of partners, Water for the Future, RSPB, to try and deliver that and really understand the kind of critical nature of working with other organisations to drive that forward. And that's helped us to obviously kind of leverage additional funding for different benefits that are being delivered from that, and really use that to increase the delivery that we can achieve through that. Really focused in terms of SCAMP on our clean water catchments and how we could improve that drinking water quality. But I guess around 2019, a little bit before that, we started thinking about the importance of catchments across everything that we do as a water company. So not just from drinking water point of view, but how they interact with the wastewater environment and the business side there as well. And so we wanted to really think about how we could evolve that, to think about the whole system and take that forward. And that was where we kind of really started pushing our catchment systems thinking approach, which is becoming really embedded in the way that we do business, thinking about things right across the full catchments. So to give you a bit of an overview of that, catchment systems thinking kind of does exactly what it says on the tin, really. It's about understanding the full catchment as a system. So understanding the needs of United Utilities, right from the headwaters up at the top into kind of sustainable drainage and wastewater discharges at the bottom of catchments. But not just thinking about the catchments in terms of our needs from it, trying to align those with other organisations through things like place-based planning, and really understand all of the stakeholders and therefore all of the needs from that catchment, and trying to think about how we can meet those needs in the most sustainable and efficient way moving forward. So really want to try and engage those stakeholders, look for opportunities as to how we can work in partnership and influence policy to try and drive kind of an approach to nature-based solutions, and really drive through that to planning and delivery with other organisations to meet those kind of best needs for customers beyond. And it's all about trying that drive towards resilient catchments that can withstand the kind of future challenges that they need to be able to withstand, so we can keep maintaining the services that we require from those catchments, excuse me, and continue to deliver in those areas. So a couple of case studies just to go through as we'll call kind of cast in action, and some activity that we've done, and just real demonstration of kind of the services that nature can provide and why it's critical that we do plan for nature in all of the work that we're doing going forward. So taking kind of 3 catchments across Cumbria here, Thirlmere, Haweswater and Ennerdale, and all of them are at kind of different stages of restoration, and you can kind of see that through the journey that we've gone. So taking Thirlmere first off, started our restoration journey there about 2020, so relatively recent. Very much taken from some of the challenges that we had at Thirlmere through Storm Desmond back in 2015. People can remember that. So Storm Desmond in that catchment, 405 millimetres of rain fell in 38 hours. Huge amount of rain. Torrential flows caused all sorts of transport disruption, mass flooding across Cumbria, which was awful for people affected. What it also did was cause real problems to the Thirlmere catchment, washing a lot of sediment into the reservoir, to the point that the water from that actually, comparatively became really difficult to treat and use. And Thirlmere feeds quite a lot of the population of Manchester, and that meant we were able to respond to that through our kind of integrated system, but it put real pressures on that kind of water resources. If we move over to Haweswater, we've been doing restoration with kind of Cumbria Wildlife Trust RSPB there since 2011, looking at nature-friendly farming, doing some peatland restoration activity, really looking at how we can drive a more natural kind of habitat at Haweswater. And the impact of Storm Desmond, slightly different catchment, but there was a lot of flooding downstream in the Eden. But actually the Haweswater catchment was not impacted, and we continued to get good quality water from Haweswater, really helping us out. And then we kind of move on to Ennerdale. Now, Ennerdale's been in restoration since 2013, part of the Wild Ennerdale Partnership. There's a huge rewilding approach, looking at kind of how elements of kind of nature farming of nature can work through that, and with partners at Forestry England and National Trust taking that on. Now, Storm Desmond at Ennerdale was very similar in terms of the impact, the volumes of rain, compared to Thirlmere further up the valley there, but actually the impact on Ennerdale was considerably less. There was no observed impact on water quality at all through Ennerdale. And so it just really helped to demonstrate for us the benefit that having that kind of more natural approach to managing those catchments had, and restoring some of that kind of historic land use and natural land use through those, in providing that resilience and protecting our water catchments. But as I said, CAST isn't just about our water catchments, it's about actually how we engage with catchments, right across what we're doing. And so a couple of key examples of how we've utilised that kind of from a wastewater point of view as well, to really look at what we're doing, and done a lot of partnership activity with the Rivers Trust and respective trusts within that movement as well, to really take some of these on. So wire natural flood management is one that I'm sure a lot of people are really well aware of. I think there was a significant challenge there in terms of flooding within that catchment. But I think what really came through from that was this challenge that we could identify natural flood management measures that we wanted to deliver within the catchment, but it's quite challenging to see how you could really get those realised, because any of the individual beneficiaries that were identified probably couldn't do that activity on their own. So, led by the Rivers Trust, we were working with you as a really engaged partner to try and understand how we could actually generate something that might allow those organisations to come together effectively. And we've come up with this kind of formation of community interest company that is now kind of up and running, and we're just getting the signatures onto the contracts to really allow that delivery to happen. But it's allowed us to actually harness what nature can deliver for flooding, but also there's carbon benefits into there. There's some of the water kind of replenish value that's gone into that mix to help bring in all of those different organisations, and harnessing all of that together is what's really allowing us to make those interventions happen on the ground. Really key, thinking about that whole kind of system and all the beneficiaries of it that has allowed that to happen. And then kind of just a final example through this of work we're doing with the Rivers Trust in the Louth catchment. There's challenges within that catchment around phosphorus levels within the river, but also significant amounts of flooding that's happening in there And we're able to agree with the EA that actually a large element of the challenge that we were facing was kind of floodwaters that were kind of washing through the treatment works and causing an element of that pollution. And that allowed us to develop this kind of hybrid approach to how we could deliver in the Louth, which involved quite a lot of on-site asset investment to drive resilience in the treatment works, but it also allowed us to kind of develop a partnership with Ribble Rivers Trust as to how we could work together to deliver agricultural interventions, catchment interventions within the catchment that delivered a benefit in terms of the phosphorus removal, but it also delivered a benefit in terms of the natural flood management benefits that we were seeing there. And we're just starting to move into the delivery phase of that project now, which will be really great to see that one kind of delivering, because we're using our funding to really deliver a lot better kind of outcomes in terms of what we want to do. So in terms of then the future focus for how we're kind of bringing this approach into our kind of regular business and how we're delivering that, a lot of people will be aware of the new WINIT methodology, has assessing environmental outcomes using kind of a natural capital approach. This is something we've kind of done quite a lot of already. We have a natural capital ODI in AMP7, so we have used kind of ecosystem services assessment for and incorporated that into our decision making as to what we need to do. Not quite on the full range of ecosystem services that are engaged now, but you can kind of see, you won't go through them individually. There's a good range of things that are now fundamental to understanding the value we're delivering in that context into our investments, which is really important. But that's only part of the journey. We're going to be doing that across our full PR24 business plan. But actually what we also want to move towards is this 6 capital thinking, so that we can really understand all of those different capitals, the impacts that they have, and the value we can derive from those, and where we believe that 6 capitals thinking will make a fundamental difference to the solution that we might deliver. Then we're absolutely committed to utilising that in what we're doing as well, and really utilising that to help promote kind of this idea of really promoting kind of planning for nature and going through with that.
Jim, can you just wrap up in 1 minute, please?
Yeah, can do.
Thanks.
And so absolutely key to that is kind of a natural capital approach. We've developed a Northwest Natural Capital baseline, working with key stakeholders. That's now available kind of through our website and through my team to be shared across many different organisations. And we do really want to drive this in terms of formation of a natural capital governance group for the Northwest, really facilitating how we can drive that forward and really taking on that natural capital approach, guiding what we want to deliver. And then just the final point, just to go through, I won't read through them all individually, but we've worked with the Rivers Trust to develop a kind of unlocking nature-based solutions, coming up with some key barriers and what we believe needs to happen to actually make nature-based solutions the go-to solution to deliver for water industry and beyond. And we're working with you to look at how we can really develop and roll those out so we can actually see a greater uptake in kind of nature-based solutions, the multiple benefits they deliver for ourselves and for nature. And yeah, that's everything I need to go through. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. Sorry to hurry you. That was really interesting and actually shed some detail. Interested in one of your barriers there about limited opportunities for buyers and sellers and markets, particularly given the discussion we had on yesterday morning. But thanks very much. We'll have to, in the interest of time, we'll have to move on very swiftly on to John Bryden. Over to you, John.
Hi there. I'll just share my presentation. Can you see that?
All good, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm John Bryden from Thames 21. I head up our Improving Rivers programme. So I'm really looking at in terms of urban catchments and river restoration. And I thought I'd start with this example of the restoration project we did in the River Cray, which we completed last year. If you have a look at the sort of trees, you'll see the same tree here as there. And it's a very simple river restoration project, which we probably know throughout the movement, and also, those involved in rivers, installing woody debris into rivers can make huge differences, obviously. I think particularly why this is important on an urban example is, this is a very rare example of where you get an unconstrained river. where there's minimal flooding, where there's you know, to no flooding, and you know, the Environment Agency can let you go wild and install as much wood and change the river as much as possible. As a result of doing that, we had to do quite a lot of community engagement work, but it was relatively cheap and, you know, impactful, and we found, you know, some really good results from the monitoring that we've done. In total, it was around about £20,000 capital construction, but you know, there was a lot more on revenue because of that sort of detailed community engagement, as well as the monitoring we did. However, you know, a lot of our urban issues are, quite frankly, much more like this. This is a project which we've got on the ground at the moment. Concrete beds, concrete banks, and you know, there's a couple of weirs in there as well. So in actual fact, we're only restoring around 100 metres of this channel, and that's costing £40,000. So, you know, vastly more in terms of the capital works. This site as well is pretty unconstrained. You know, there are not huge issues with flooding or anything like that, but it's obviously not delivering as in terms of that biodiversity impact in comparison, particularly for the capital works. But where I think this is particularly useful is that we are delivering this as part of an innovative flood resilience project. You can sort of see the sort of improvements that we're making at the moment. Obviously, it's not finished, but I think that demonstration of what can be done into other areas of, you know, the biodiversity side of things in other areas of funding. So flood risk management is a critical thing that we need to do as a movement, particularly in charities, because ultimately, you know, it will be very difficult / impossible for us to actually go through and completely restore urban catchments. You know, we really need to be working in partnership with others and enabling others to deliver these sorts of works as well. So moving on to water quality, and something which I'm particularly passionate about, because, you know, particularly in North London, our rivers are massively affected by water quality. And so we've been working in particular within the Salmons and the Pimsbrook for 7 to 10 years now, addressing water quality issues. And, you know, largely what that has involved is installing constructed wetlands. And here you can see some modelling, which we've done in partnership with Oxford University, and Paul Whitehead, and this paper will be published later this year in the Journal of Hydrology. And you can see the drastic improvements that these constructed wetlands are predicted to make to the water quality in these rivers, which are, you know, really highly polluted. So in total, we've already installed around 10 of these wetlands. And I think the important thing here is we in this, because this is not just Thames 21, it's actually that sort of real partnership working and sort of enabling. So at first we were heavily involved in the delivery of these constructed wetlands, but increasingly we are becoming less involved because the local authority, Enfield Council in particular, are delivering them, and they've developed a real expertise in that. And, you know, it's much more effective for them to deliver these with their in-house teams and frameworks. I suppose particularly in relation to that, because of the funding mechanisms for these are often not now improvements in water quality. You know, if they are, there are minor amounts of funding for that. So for instance, we're putting probably around £150,000 this year into 2 wetlands from Coca-Cola. But you know, the other funding for that is from flood risk and also from green infrastructure. Now, those are 2 areas that we need to take advantage of if we are going to restore our rivers and our catchments. So another major issue within pollution of our rivers in London is road runoff, and it's very difficult to identify and resolve. And so instead of looking at monitoring, which is almost impossible, we've come up with the model in partnership with Middlesex University. They've just had a paper published on this, and there's, you know, reference to it in the bottom right-hand corner. And so that model really looks at the activity of cars and, you know, the various mechanisms associated with them: tyres, brakes, exhaust fumes, degradation of the road, so on and so forth. Now, we've already produced a pollution map of London, sort of like looking at the most polluting roads in London, which you can see there. And it's really highlighted that, you know, the vast majority of them are causing damage to river health. Now, this model has also been starting to look at treatment systems. So, but it takes that pollution load on the road and then it takes it with a number of data sets. So, presence of or sensitivity of groundwater, depth to groundwater, soil, effective contributing area, etc. And it looks at, what treatment systems are possible within that and sort of gives a ranking according to that. So, some are suitable for, just delivery as such. Some of them are under advisement. Now, this is not a design guide. This is a decision support tool. And we are actually working with Middlesex University and British Geological Survey to, optimize this model and to, really enable other people to roll it out much more easily than we've done, because it's taken a long time and a lot of work. So moving quickly on, and particularly on the theme of SUDs, you notice I've not included Thames 21's logo in the top right-hand corner here, because really this isn't our work as such. This is actually the London Strategic SUDs pilot work, which is a combination of the Environment Agency, the GLA, or the Greater London Authority for those outside London, and a number of local authorities as well. And here it's looking purely at flood risk, but according to, as far as I'm concerned, I'm interested in it from a water quality perspective and the potential implications on CSOs and how we can actually reduce CSOs. So the red dots in here are all properties which are flooded or predicted to flood at various interventions. So you can see there's a lot of floods, there's a lot of flooding here, something which we obviously get with a lot of the CSOs which go off quite regularly. So you can see as you introduce distributed SUDs through the area, that there's progressively reduction in flood risk until where there's almost none of it. And now that's something which, we can certainly do with a lot more CSOs going off into our rivers, and therefore this is quite a viable mechanism to reduce that. We include a link on the bottom here. So, there's a great case study, 65 pages of very dense information on this on the Sustrains website, so do go and have a look. Now, this work isn't just limited to that sort of modelling perspective, looking at, but it also looks at sort of, the effectiveness of this. And in actual fact, what this found, and sort of there's a lot of information on this slide, but the critical bit to me is in actual fact, around the distributed SUDs. And if we actually position them in the right place, it can deliver 90% more effective in terms of that flood risk reduction or CSO reduction. So actually placing where these sustainable drainage systems occur is critically important to reducing that flood risk and CSO discharge. So moving swiftly on, I'm just at the moment doing a bit of work with the University of East London. And we've been, as part of the London Strategic SUDs pilot, we've been doing a lot of interviews and assessments associated with local authorities and others involved in the delivery of SUDs to find out what is holding back the delivery of them. And these are the top barriers to them, and I think that's critical for us in catchment partnerships, in Rivers Trust, or in charities, in understanding how we can support and enable this, because a lot of, if we're going to deliver SUDs across the whole of our catchments, it is not something that we can do on our own. We really need to work out how we support these people as best as possible. So, some of these things we can help with, some of these things are probably less best to others, but so I think it's just worth thinking about this, particularly looking at the access to funding, the difficulty of retrofits, they might be difficult for us to help overcome, but certainly, the lack of collaboration is something we can definitely help to enable. So I suppose if I was, looking to, summarize all this, it's sort of understanding where we can have a place and how we can affect that change as best as possible. So I really call that, I suppose, it's a term which I've actually picked up from Jack Spees in the Ribble Trust, which is their strategic opportunism. So how can we best affect our goals of delivering healthy rivers? There's obviously elements that we as organisations are probably best placed to deliver. I'm thinking particularly the large-scale, low-cost works, that woody debris in rivers, where, the skills that we possess, we can go throughout the river and introduce them in the best places possible. We also can do specialistic deliveries. So, this is, fish passage, for instance, through a catchment, highly specialized work, which I think, those who possess those skills, really can go and deliver them throughout the catchment and, develop, I suppose, that skill base and, really optimize it. I think there's a huge benefit around nature-based solutions, whether that's constructed wetlands, whether that's suds or river restoration. So our ability to deliver those things is quite unique, I think, but we also need to be getting better at it. The critical thing around this is, some local authorities will have those skills in-house, a lot of them won't. So that's where particularly, I suppose, we can add value to them. And I also think, taking risks is something that we in charities should do more of. And, I think that demonstration of innovation is something that, we can go and take a chance on. And that's certainly what we did with constructed wetlands, because I don't believe anything was done like that in urban areas before. We sort of did it, and now, Enfield Council have taken it on a lot further before us. But it's also about enabling others. I think particularly where, on constructed wetlands and that, this is where we need to understand where we should step back and let others deliver and, in actual fact, support them. And I think that use of evidence is critical for that, how we sell these messages, how we can help others to deliver them. And with that, there's that expert advice and, enabling multiple benefits through those. And, that sort of guidance which we can provide with our unique skills is quite critical to that. And through that, ensuring that cross-sectoral delivery. So I'll probably hand back to Rob, if that's all right.
Thank you very much, John. That was great. Interested to see what huge natural capital values you illustrated there, but hopefully we might have a bit of time to come on to that in Q&A. There's some interesting discussion in the chat that you might want to just respond to, John. But we'll move swiftly on to Charlene. Over to you, Charlene.
Excellent. Thank you. Just share my screen. Okay. Yeah, that ties in nicely with actually my presentation, because I am going to be talking primarily about a SUDS project that I've been working on. So I'm the Education and Engagement Officer for the Southeast Rivers Trust. So I'm a strong advocate for, in any planning for nature project, that we need to have an element of community engagement. And so I think, just following on from what John said there, which was brilliant, I think a lot of those barriers that he mentioned of accessing funding, of creating ownership or maintenance of SUDS can actually be addressed if we are more successful at community engagement. So a little bit of background on the project that I was working on. So I was initially recruited to work on a SUDS in Sutton Schools project, which was addressing flood risk in the Hackbridge area of London. So you can see here it's in the Wandle catchment, and the area highlighted in red, that's the Hackbridge area where we were trying to reduce flood risk. And this was a partnership project between Sutton Council and the Southeast Rivers Trust. And the majority of our funding came from the Environment Agency. And we were targeting schools that look kind of like this, trying to attenuate the water because they have huge areas of impermeable surfaces. And so if we target the schools upstream from Hackbridge, then we have a real potential to reduce that flood risk. So that's the project. And we installed a number of features, rain gardens, permeable paving, planters, swales. So a number of features were installed as part of the project. But I'm not here to talk to you about those features. I want to talk to you about community engagement. So community engagement is really important for a number of reasons for any of these projects. For our project in particular, we wanted the community to understand the principles of SUDS, to have a better understanding of surface water flooding and consider the impact of their actions at home. We want the community to support the project and value the features that were installed. And I'll go into that in more detail in a moment. And we also want the community to become advocate for SUDS, to put SUDS on the public agenda. So these key 3 areas are key for any project. I think we really want to raise the profile of what we're doing. So The funding that we got was actually through the NFM Community Fund. That was a large source of the funding for investing in this community engagement. So often the EA, and I'm sure many of you listening have experience of the EA, have specific measurables that they measure the success of a project. And quite often these measurables are based on physical changes to the environment. So the length of riverbank that's been improved, or the number of houses that are experiencing reduced flood risk, or the volume of water that's being attenuated. So these are the sorts of targets that are often prioritized by funders. But this NFM Community Fund allowed us to also invest in the sort of community engagement that was required in order to make this project a success. So community engagement. So the first thing that I mentioned is that it's really important for the community to understand what you're installing. So understand surface water flooding. And you can see here that on average, an area of vegetated garden land 2.5 times the size of Hyde Parks in London is being lost each year. And this figure is actually quite old. So I'm sure it's quite a lot more than that by now, but a huge area of garden land is being lost. And things like extensions or garden sheds and garden studios or things like this are happening on private land. And you can see that if we're aiming to attenuate water and relieve pressure on the drains by installing a certain number of features, and meanwhile, members of the community are doing things like this, changing their beautiful gardens into parking spaces, then that's actually going to reduce the impact that our project would have. So not only does public engagement and teaching the public the benefits of installing SUDS and the SUDS approach, not only can that not engaging the public will counter the benefits that you have, but if you do engage the public and do convince people who have gardens like this to maybe change some of the surface area to permeable surfaces, you can actually compound the impact that your project is going to have. So you can increase the benefits. So that's one reason why we want to engage the public. We also want to just garner community support. I think, as maintenance costs are really hard to come by. And so really what you want is for the schools in our case, but wherever these features are being installed, you want them to be valued by the community. And if the community is praising what the school is doing by having these features on site, not only will that incentivize those schools to then give up some of their precious playground space to features like SUDS, but it will also make them take ownership of it. They will value the features themselves, and the aim is for them to then want to maintain and care for them for years to come. And so if you can get the community involved and the community praising it, the online community, the local press, they all realize what a great thing that it is to have these SUDS, then they will be valued for years to come. And finally, I want community engagement really can create advocates for SUDS. So we can get members of the community to do our work for us. So once you plant that seed of the SUDS not floods message, then you can plant that within children who are at school, and they can take that message home. Or we ran workshops as well with members of the community, and you plant that SUDS not flood seed and they can spread the message for you. And that's really important to just get this more widely on the public agenda. So my role within the project, as I say, was to facilitate this community engagement. And you can imagine with a drainage project, it's not the most exciting theme in the world, but how did I get people excited about drainage? So we did a range of assemblies and lessons to target the next generation of decision makers, so that again, you're instilling that seed where as they grow up, you'll planted that idea that actually we don't want to pave over everything. There is reasoning for adding permeable surfaces and maintaining our gardens. And so if you can teach them at a young age, then hopefully that seed can grow. We also involved the community in the design process. So we gave them a chance to influence the designs. And again, that helped with them taking ownership and with them wanting to maintain them for years to come. So it really gave them a sense of value towards the features that were ultimately installed. And again, planting days. So we had planting days with the community and with members of the school community. So children helped us with the planting. And again, those plants are then, that's something, if they're helping with the delivery, they will want to take ownership of the features once installed, as mentioned. Other things that we did is we did lots of fun workshops and projects. So we did a Lego workshop, you can see on the left, and we did a SUDS animation project, rain garden community planter workshops. There's lots of different one-off activities that we did that would really raise the profile of the project as well. And we attended community events. So whether there was a school fair or farmers market, lots of different sorts of community events. We concentrated all of these efforts in the particular area that we were trying to influence to really to create a swell of support for SUDS within the whole community. And hopefully that would influence private householder behavior as well. Okay, so those are the sorts of things that we did, and we found that they were quite successful. So these are the numbers. I don't need to go through them, but we had quite this success. So you can see community engagement can deliver measurables of their own. But I would say one area that we could improve on is, so we have lots of numbers of the people that were reached through the various initiatives that we delivered, but we don't actually have figures on what sorts of behavioral change resulted from the actions that we took, and that's something that we would want to develop on in future. Really hard to monitor. It's a really hard thing to get feedback on, but I don't know exactly what sort of behavioral change or attitudinal change happened within the community. I'm sure there was some, but I don't have evidence of that, and that's something I would improve on in future. Okay, so that's how community engagement influenced our SUDS in Schools project, but I would say that this is an important aspect of any project. So just looking at the presentations that we've had so far, we know that river restoration and flood alleviation, the methodology for addressing this has changed so much in the recent decades, and yet when I'm engaged with the public, or when I hear it on the radio, I hear so often members of the public wanting us to dredge rivers or reinforce those concrete riverbanks, and that these are the solutions to this sort of flooding problem that we have at the moment. And I very rarely hear members of the public advocating nature-based solutions. And so we really want to get nature-based solutions on the public agenda. And I would say this community engagement is really key for that. So we want to have a community engagement as a key part of any nature-based solution project, so that the community understands what the project is trying to achieve and considers their role in relation to the project. We want them to support the project, so they value the project once it's installed. And we want them to become advocates for whatever it is, whether it's SUDS, NFM, other NBS solutions, all of these sorts of things. We want these sorts of things to be on the forefront of people's mind, not dredging, not the old sort of weirs and sorts of things that have been done in the past. We really want to get this issue on the public agenda. And if we can get this issue on the public agenda, then we can get widespread support from politicians, developers, and funders. So not only do we want the current projects that we're delivering to be a success, but we want future projects to be a success. We want more investment in these sorts of opportunities. And a key way of securing future investment for nature-based solutions is to get the public on side. They can put that positive peer pressure on the politicians. If it's on the public agenda, then funders will start to take notice, and they will start to want to fund these opportunities more and more. So that is key. And so I really think that we need to be dedicating more of the funding towards these sorts of things. And hopefully we can convince funders that measurables such as numbers reached are just as valuable as a volume of water attenuated. And that's about all from me. I'll hand back over to Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. I absolutely agree with you. I think that's a really good presentation, and I think that chain, community, public engagement, and politicians, absolutely. And you can see it with inland bathing water at the moment. Such a successful campaign all around the country. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. There is a request for information from you. You might want to address in the chat. We'll move on to our final presentation from Mark Alton. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone see my screen okay?
I can.
Oh, good. That's great. Thank you. Charlene, that was a really interesting presentation. Thank you. And hello, everyone from unusually sunny Northern Ireland. I'm just going to give you an overview of the Source to Tap project. So from the urban that Charlene was talking about to the rural setting on the cross-border area of Northern Ireland and Ireland. The Source to Tap project is an Interreg funded project. It's a total value of 4.9 million. And we're focusing on the cross-border catchments of the rivers Erne and Derg. And there's a number of partners on this project, but the aim of it is to bring home the message that your drinking water that comes out of your tap comes from our rivers and lakes in the first place. And the project aims to look for some sustainable ways and cost-effective measures to reduce pollutants getting into these rivers that are the sources of our shared drinking water. And we are producing what we're also calling a SCAMP, but it's slightly different to what we heard about earlier on, a sustainable catchment area management plan. And there are 5 themes to our project. Love Your Water focuses on citizen science. Learning for Water is our education program. Farming for Water is a land incentive scheme, which I'll talk about now. And then Forests and Peatlands for Water are pilot restoration projects looking to reduce sediment loading and colour resulting from forestry and peat activities. So the project's focus is mainly on MCPA, which is the chemical that landowners use to control rushes on their farms. And we're very good at growing rushes on island with our wet peaty soils. But also colour and turbidity are an issue for drinking water when it needs to be treated to be sent to our taps. And you can see in that picture there some samples of water from the River Derg and the range of colours that we have. So this project focuses on whether we should spend our money with end of the pipe solutions to treat the water, or whether we should employ catchment interventions. And this is building on the great work that's been done across many rivers trusts and other organisations in the past. So we focus in our efforts on the River Derg catchment. It's cross-border between counties Donegal and Tyrone. And there is a water treatment plant at the Purple Triangle just upstream of Ardstraw. And what's significant is that the MCPA chemical that's being used costs about £50 to buy in the local agri-store. But if it gets into the water in the river, it has to be stripped out before the water can get to our tap. And Northern Ireland Water is currently building a £5 million treatment plant just to strip the MCPA out of the river water. So it's a £50 input and a £5 million output at the other end. And this is because MCPA is so toxic in our water environment that just one drop of MCPA, which is basically the amount that you get on the foil cap that you peel off the container, is enough to raise the level of MCPA above the drinking water limit in a small stream over about 30 kilometres. So it's very, very potent. And a lot of it's being used in the River Derg catchment because when a farmer has more than 15% rush in their field, it becomes ineligible for basic payment or single farm payment. So it's kind of a perverse rule that we have from the EU that if you've too many rushes, we're not going to give you your subsidies, therefore you need to go out and treat them. And most farmers are going out using MCPA and they're boom spraying it over a large area. It gets washed off the land into rivers, it gets carried in the wind into nearby watercourses. And here in this graph, you can see the spikes of MCPA before our project at the Derg water treatment works. And the red line at the bottom of the graph is the drinking water limit. So the water companies have to bring the MCPA levels down below that limit before that water can be sent to your taps. And that huge investment is required as an end of the pipe solution. Also, the colour and turbidity issues are very hard to manage. They're very spiky. The water treatment plants have to respond to that very quickly. And those colour and turbidity issues are arising primarily from deforestation of commercial forestry, cattle accessing the rivers freely and eroding the banks, but also a lot of peat cutting that still goes on in Ireland as a source of fuel. So in order to address this in the catchment rather than at the end of the pipe, we designed a cross-border land incentive scheme. It's the first of its kind in that it is cross-border across 2 different countries, and we decided to trial it in the River Derg catchment. The scheme was designed to give landowners grant money to make small changes on the farm that we expected to bring about reductions in MCPA, colour and turbidity. And so the main aims, of course, were to protect the water quality of the River Derg, but also to make those farm businesses more sustainable. And we had a budget of €1.2 million to spend on the farms in the River Derg catchment. We focused all of our attention on the farms that were upstream of the water treatment works. So it was the area within that red line that you can see. There is another smaller part of the Derg catchment downstream of that we didn't focus our attentions on because we wanted to ensure we could see the results at the water treatment works. And our scheme was designed to cover a range of issues, mainly around herbicide control and rush management. Protecting watercourses from livestock and providing alternative drinking water, reducing the flow of water across farmyards, taking dirty water and soil to nearby watercourses, We also have peatland management options and a farmer innovation option where farmers could come up with bespoke solutions on their farm that we would look at funding for them. It was an advisory-led service, so project officers went out to plan all of the measures on the farm with the landowner and produced a water and environment management plan, and where necessary, a rush control management plan and a peatland management plan as well to support it. The landowners expressed their interest in the scheme. A project officer went out to walk the farm with them. We then produced the plan which outlined what they could do on their farm. They applied then to our scheme, and we grant aided them at 100% funding to install the measures that had been recommended. They paid the contractors, made a claim to us, and we paid farmers the money back within about 4 weeks of their claim coming in. So it was quite a quick turnaround. And we gathered all of our information about all of the pressures on the farms using a GIS handheld system so that we could geolocate all of the pressures across the catchment. And these were the kind of things that we were seeing. So poorly stored herbicides that if they got knocked over could easily get down a drain somewhere. Lots of bare soil in fields, poaching at gateways and along riverbanks as well. Unfenced riverbanks where cattle could freely access the water, increasing the colour and turbidity in the river. And of course, the rush control, which is happening at a large scale across the catchment and primarily using boom spraying. So in order to reverse the impact, we replaced boom spraying with weed wiping, which is a more targeted approach to rush control. And the kill-off effect has been great using weed wiping in those catchment areas. We provided better pesticide storage. We resurfaced gateways and laneways in order to reduce the sediment loss and fenced off the watercourses, providing alternative drinking water sources, be they pasture pumps, solar powered drinking troughs or mains fed drinking troughs as well. A lot of yard improvements, yard surfaces, separating clean and dirty water, and also other rush control techniques such as topping and mulching to reduce the amount of seed in the environment. So overall, we had 255 expressions of interest from landowners across the Derg catchment, and we undertook 236 farm surveys, and we identified over 1,700 individual issues on those farms. We produced 221 farm plans, and we had 118 farms funded through the scheme with a total commitment of 1.162 million euro in the scheme. But we also held awareness raising events such as rush control demonstration days, where we could demonstrate to the farming community the effectiveness of weed wiping as opposed to boom spraying, and how that could also save them money on the farm by undertaking that weed wiping. So I just want to focus now quickly on the results of the water quality. Has our measures in the catchment actually made a difference? And I want to acknowledge the work of my colleagues in the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute and also the Ulster University who have been working on this project. So we've been doing long-term monitoring of the water quality in the catchment. We've been monitoring over 42 months, and there is over 3,000 samples been taken in each of the catchments at 7-hourly sampling rate during the peak herbicide use season and daily sampling during the winter. And we do have a control catchment neighbouring to the Derg, which is the Finn. You can just about see it in the green outline on the map below. And in the top graph, you can see a comparison of the Finn in orange to the Derg in blue. And there has been a general reduction in MCPA levels in both rivers, in fact, during the period pre and post land incentive scheme. But when we delve into the detail of it, we can see that the reduction in the Derg is actually greater. In fact, it's significantly greater than it is in the control catchment where no action was undertaken. So here we have a comparison of time-weighted concentrations and flow-weighted mean concentrations. So the water quality monitoring in the Derg and the Finn before and after the the land incentive scheme indicates that the scheme has had a positive impact on the reduction of MCPA concentrations in the catchment. If we compare the time-weighted mean concentrations, which basically represents what the water treatment works is abstracting at a constant pumping rate, and also the flow-weighted mean concentrations, which represents the load of MCPA moving in the river, taking into account storm events and things like that, it indicates that there's a strong shift to lower concentrations of MCPA in the Derg catchment following the implementation of the measures in the land incentive scheme. And this is actually better demonstrated in this graph here, where we have comparisons of pre and post levels of MCPA. The blue line is the Derg, and what you can see is the gap is actually widening as time goes on, as those measures we've implemented in the Derg actually take effect to reduce the amount of MCPA in the catchment. So in conclusion, the land incentive scheme, which is a catchment-based approach to reducing the pollution pressures, certainly has reduced MCPA concentrations. The difference in loads between the two catchments increasing. But it's important to say that weed wiping uses glyphosate, not MCPA, and we've also been monitoring for it. And there is no indication in any of our monitoring that the levels of glyphosate in the River Derg have increased as a result of our weed wiping. But importantly, the outcomes of this project are being used to inform future approaches to managing catchments at scale to protect drinking water sources, as well as protecting the wildlife and the freshwater environment. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Mark. That was great. I was really struck by the just how well that project is monitored. I think it's really excellent, and it's so important because so often, you know, there isn't money to do that. It's all assumed that the delivery will just work, but actually you've really pinned it down and quantified it, and it means you can say so much about cost benefit too. I think that's really excellent. If I could ask all the presenters to unmute themselves and put the cameras back on, please. We have just about 5 minutes for some Q&A, and I'll kick off. Jim, there's a question targeted at you from Joe Bradley in the Q&A around if water companies want to introduce or retrofit SUDs to reduce sewer overflows and building green infrastructure, how can they persuade Ofwat to accept those sorts of proposals that perhaps go beyond the usual remit of just water industry? I wonder if you could comment on that, please.
Apologies for not letting me turn my camera back on, saying the host has stopped it, but that's fine. There we go. Sorted. Yes, in terms of, I mean, I think SUD's a really interesting opportunity and one that we're absolutely kind of keen to do. I think there are challenges with kind of Ofwat. Obviously, the kind of need for what we're trying to deliver is very much set around driving efficiency of investment, and therefore SUDs are always kind of from a pure water company point of view going to be tied up against kind of traditional grey infrastructure delivery, and need to be able to make case for kind of why they're representing that better solution. And for reasons that I think a lot of people have touched on, you know, retrofit SUDs can be very challenging. I think there's a really good opportunity to drive kind of new development and a far better approach to sustainable drainage through that, which I think is something we absolutely need to get onto. But we do still kind of want to identify the opportunities where SUDs can deliver kind of efficiently and effectively. And I think the best way that we can actually kind of influence Ofwat as to the benefit of that is through working in partnership and utilising opportunities for co-funding and co-delivery. I think fundamentally Ofwat said through kind of the WINIT review that they absolutely want to see us delivering in partnership broader kind of value propositions, which absolutely that's what our natural capital approach and Six Capitals is all about. But they've also been very clear water customers should be paying for the benefits that water companies are kind of responsible for delivering, and those broader benefits of SUDs are really great things that we want to drive. But I think we do need to look at partnership as to how we can really promote those more effectively and work with other organisations to try and engage a kind of cross-functional approach to that.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to try and squeeze in a quick question for all three of you. John, you showed a slide there with big natural capital benefits from SUDs and nature-based solutions. Can you comment really quickly in 1 minute as to how that was, the methodology, how that was put together? Because I think actually it'll be of interest to a lot of people.
So yeah, I suppose the best thing to say on that is use the BEST tool, which is, you know, a really great way of calibrating or accounting for those benefits. So yeah, use the BEST tool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. BEST being a tool that's available somewhere.
I'll put a link in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thanks. And Charlene, absolutely with you with the communication message. Do you think local communities can be empowered enough through that engagement to really influence local plans and policies? Have you seen evidence of that?
Yeah, I mean, if that's one of the areas that I said is one of the difficulties of gaining the evidence for that. I feel it, and the advantage of our project is once we started installing stands in schools, other schools were approaching us because they wanted to have them installed as well, and so I mean that's evidence in itself, I suppose. The fact that they saw what these schools were having, they recognized the benefit, and they wanted it themselves, and then they put pressure on the local government. And so we're working very closely with Sutton Council, and there has been more and more investment in SEDS as a result of this initial project. So
yeah, okay, thanks. And just seeing, I might have a little bit more time, another minute here, but Mark, I was going to ask you, I think Source to Tap is all public funds, is it? And if so, have you had any conversations about any likelihood of private investment funding some of that nature recovery? Whether some of it perhaps wouldn't work, but some of the riparian planting, I was thinking one or two other examples. Does that sort of come into the mix in the conversations?
Yeah, we're actually exploring now how we might replicate this in other catchments in Ireland, and it will be different, of course, on different sides of the border with different financing arrangements, I suppose, in Northern Ireland and the Republic. But that's all being assessed at the minute in terms of the effectiveness of the different aspects of our project and how we might look to finance these things in the future. We are, of course, lucky enough to still have access to European funding in Northern Ireland until 2027. So it's possible that there could be an extension to this project in some form or another. But I do agree that in the long term, there needs to be private investment in these projects to make them more sustainable.
Thank you very much, Mark. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much to all for presented. I thought they're great, really excellent. I had loads more questions besides, but what I took from it was actually, I put out the challenge of planning for nature in the beginning. And I think what I heard today, amongst other things, was collaboration is really critical. You need to underpin with data and evidence. You need to engage with the community. If you get those three things right, you're on the road. There's more to it than that, but you're on the right track. So thank you very much. That was excellent, really interesting. And over to Christine, I think, who'll be chairing the next session. Sorry, Becca.
Oh yeah, thanks Rob, sorry. And thank you to all our panelists as well. I was just going to interject very quickly because Elizabeth Radford from Eden Rivers Trust was due to chair the next hour or so. Unfortunately, she's not well, but our very own Christine here is a more than worthy replacement. So let's go.
Thanks, Becca. I'll just let you bring on our next set of speakers. So this next session is around rights to nature and rights of nature and how easily we can access healthy, safe blue spaces for different recreational activities as well. I just want to make sure that we have our speakers and panel with us. Yes, we've got Paul with us, and Paul, it looks like you're outside, but that could be a backdrop. I'm not sure if you are genuinely outside, but just to introduce Paul, Paul's the founder of Lawyers for Nature, and he regularly gives talks and workshops on the rights of nature and the relationship between the law and the natural world and what barristers and other lawyers can do in a time of climate and ecological emergency. Paul is passionate about protecting and representing the natural world and all who seek to defend it. And he specialises in upholding the rights of environmental activists to protest and to protect the natural world, and uses the environmental law and regulations to defend trees, rivers and wildlife. And as a boat dweller for many years, Paul is also determined to protect the rights of boaters and other travellers groups. So it's a real pleasure to have you to speak to us now. Paul's going to give us a short talk for the next 15 minutes, and then we will come to the rest of our panel to open up the discussion about rights to nature. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. And yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Thanks.
And yeah, just you did pick up. I did try and I did think I'd try and be outside actually on my river as a nice backdrop. So behind me you can see the beautiful reeds of the River Roding in Barking, East London, where I live and where I do my river restoration project. So rights of nature is fundamentally about why we do what we do. So why do you all care so much about rivers? Why do you spend so much of your time trying to care and protect and restore them? And for me, that reason is a fundamental connection to nature, a belief that nature is in some ways sacred, and a belief that nature has an existence and a right to exist independent of humans. And around the world, more and more people are waking up to the fact that nature has an existence outside of human beings. And the belief that nature is subservient to the interests of humans is really a very recent one. In the last couple of 100 years, we had this idea of nature as property, as a resource to be extracted and to be used. And that idea has really originated in many ways in the British Isles and in the British legal system, and has been exported by us around the world. And I actually very much believe that belief as nature as property, as a resource, is at the heart of almost all the crises that we face today. So not just the climate crisis, but also the ecological crisis and many of the other crises that we face, is this idea that nature is a resource. It's to be extracted and it's to be used by humans for profit and almost without limit. So we really need to address that idea and to change it in order to solve or begin to solve the many crises that we face. And around the world, more and more people are waking up to the idea that nature has rights, that nature has an existence outside of us, and have begun to codify that within the law. To a British or indeed a Western worldview, it can seem very strange to think of nature as having rights or personhood. How can a tree or a river have rights? But actually, we already recognize it within our current system. So although when we think of legal rights and the ability to bring a law case, legal personhood, we think of humans, there are already numerous non-humans who have legal rights within our system. So we think of charities. A charity is not a person, but it has rights, it has legal rights, and it can bring cases in the courts. Even more weird in some ways is companies. Companies are a completely fictional entity. Tesco's doesn't actually exist. It's not a real thing. It's just a fictional entity that we made up. And yet we've given it legal rights and the ability to sue and be sued within our legal system. And it's in many ways a testament to the ingenuity of lawyers that we managed to give rights to fictional entities that we don't ultimately need before we gave them to natural entities, which we fundamentally rely on for our own existence. So I'm just going to give a very brief exposition of what some of the developments around the world in rights of nature, and then go on to say how those might be applied within the UK. So the initial, in the last 20 years, the initial, the main area in which rights of nature was developed was in the constitutions of a number of South American countries, who put effectively the rights of nature within their constitutions. Perhaps the most interesting one for our purposes, given we're here today for rivers, is the example of the Wanganui River in New Zealand, which was given its rights and self-ownership and legal standing by way of an act of the New Zealand Parliament in 2017. Now, what's very interesting about the Wanganui River example is not just the fact that it can be done, clearly, because they've done it, but that also New Zealand has one of the most similar legal systems to the UK one. In fact, I can't think of many others that are that similar, given the colonial context that we had, and given that New Zealand still follows many of the UK precedents. It's a very UK-like common law system. So not only can it be done, it can be done in a system almost exactly the same as ours. So what's the crucial difference between New Zealand and the UK in respect of rights of rivers? I would say it's the reason that rights of rivers happen in New Zealand. And that reason is the strong indigenous voice of the Maori people that exists in New Zealand. And actually, we, so just as a brief exposition of why the indigenous voice mattered there, effectively, the peace settlement between the UK Crown and the Maori people in the 19th century was never properly recognised and was seen as different things by both sides of that treaty. And so in the late 20th century, the New Zealand government opened up negotiations with the Maori people to effectively come to a long-term settlement. And as part of that settlement, they demanded that their sacred river, the Wanganui River, be given its rights and be given proper legal personhood and self-ownership and recognition. And we see almost all around the world, some of the biggest advances for rights of nature happens in those countries with a strong indigenous voice. And that's very obvious when you think about it, because it's that indigenous voice, it's those indigenous people who've never lost their connection to nature, who've never lost the idea that nature is sacred, that we are intrinsically part of nature and that we cannot exist without it. It's that indigenous voice that never got into this ridiculous system that we've invented for ourselves over the last few hundred years, where we say that actually we are independent of nature, it's a resource to be extracted and we can do without it. And they are therefore leading the way in saying, actually, we need a different system and we need to go back to this idea of recognition of rights of nature. So that leads to an interesting problem. How do we replicate this idea in a country like the UK, where we've effectively lost our indigenous voice? In the UK, we were one of the first countries where the indigenous voice was slaughtered and effectively removed from the land. We've become so disconnected from nature that many people barely even know it, feel its existence anymore. Well, for me, I would say we therefore need to somehow bring about that indigenous voice. And obviously the key question is how we can do that in a way that is welcoming and accepting, because we don't want to get into this idea of indigeneity in a kind of right-wing talking point way. And to me, I would define an indigenous person or indigenous voice in the UK as anyone, no matter where you've come from, no matter where you were born, no matter even really what passport you have, anyone who loves these lands and wants to do what they can to protect and to restore them. And so in that sense, we, particularly people on this call who've given up part of their day to come and talk about rivers and how to protect them, we are that indigenous voice and we need to push for the rights of nature. But of course, the political context in the UK is a much more difficult one. And I'm sure many people on this call will realise that it's perhaps unlikely that we're going to get Parliament passing an act of Parliament in the next couple of years to give rights to rivers. So given that context, what do we do? And to me, I believe in bringing about the rights of rivers in our actions in the here and now. And there's a really wonderful symbiotic relationship between subscribing to the idea of rights of rivers and allying that to the activism and the practical action that people are already doing on the ground. So on the river roading, where I've set up the River Roading Trust with the rest of other people in the community, when we restore the river, when we do rubbish removal, when we plant trees, when we do all of these things, we're doing it from the basis that we believe we are protecting and upholding the rights of the river. And that, I believe, has an effect. And we can also go further. There are already draft declarations of rights of rivers that we can use as a basis for our own rivers. So you can design, you can look up existing rights of rivers declarations, design them for your own river, and then declare them. Now, of course, that has absolutely no legal effect whatsoever in the current system. But I believe it has a profound practical and, if I may say, spiritual effect. Because when you declare something, and you say with sincerity that you will do whatever you can peacefully to uphold those rights, it can begin to have an effect. And as a small example, we've heard a lot about sewage pollution during these talks and during this conference. a group of volunteers from the River Eroding Trust were doing a litter pick and found a sewage outlet on a tributary of the Eroding that was just spewing sewage into the river. And it was not CSO, it was a completely illegal spill, but no one had noticed. The EA hadn't noticed and probably still wouldn't notice a year later. We found it and we informed Thames Water. Now, that would perhaps sometimes be the end of the activism, but we then sort of raised recognition of what was happening with that sewage outlet and created enough of a stink that, forgive the pun, that Thames Water realised they had to start doing something about it. And in a meeting with Thames Water, I was able to say to them, look, be under no illusion. This river is sacred to me, and I am committed to upholding its rights in whatever way I peacefully can. And if you as a business think that you can interfere with those rights, you really have another thing coming. Take this seriously and do something about it. And when said from that sense of power and with this idea of rights of nature behind you, I believe it has a lot more potential practical effect. We know how important it is for someone to have legal rights and legal standing in order to properly uphold their rights. You know, in this conference, we've seen so many people who are passionate about rivers. There's numerous environmental regulations and more acronyms than you can shake a stick at. And yet our rivers continue to degrade year on year on year. And if, for instance, I had a business whose business model involved the chucking of, or not even the chucking, the producing of rubbish that ended up in the floor, in the stores of Tesco's all up and down the country, you can be damn sure that Tesco would do something very quickly about that. And they'd be able to, because they have legal right standing to bring that action. If, for instance, I had a business where it was very profitable to spew sewage over Thames Water's headquarters, you can be very sure that Thames Water would do something about it. They'd go to the courts and they would stop me doing that. It wouldn't be up to them to go forward and do nice conference talks telling us how they're going to do something about it maybe in 20 years' time. They would do something very quickly about it. And that is because Thames Water effectively as a company has its legal rights to be able to do that. So very quickly, I think I'm nearly out of time, but very quickly as well, I think a few people have asked about who would enforce those rights. And around the world, it's very much recognised the concepts of guardianship. So the Wanganui River in New Zealand has a body of guardians who look out for it and who uphold and enforce its rights. And to me, we are all guardians and can become guardians of our own rivers. And many of you are doing that work already. You are already effectively river guardians. So I'd really urge you to look more into the rights of nature, think about what the rights of nature on your river could be, and fully step into that role of guardianship, where you say, with complete sincerity, that you believe that your river has rights, and you will do whatever you can to peacefully uphold them within the current legal context and to protect your river. And I think we're probably out of time for questions, but I'm very happy to either answer them in the chat or to maybe do it as part of a Q&A later on in the panel if people are up for that.
Thanks so much, Paul. That was a really fascinating view and a kind of very fresh perspective that you're bringing into the debate. It would be great if you could engage with some of the Q&A and climb into the chat. We'd like to sort of keep you on and you can kind of participate in the panel as well, although it's a slightly different topic that we're tackling next. I think also this sounds like a very ripe subject to tackle on our podcast as well. So it would be great if we could dig into it and give it a little bit more time on that as well. Okay, so for now, I'd like to bring in our panel members who are coming in to discuss rethinking access for recreation on rivers. So if you'd all like to please put your cameras on, and then hopefully everybody can see you all equally. Welcome everybody. Let me just introduce, just want to make sure, yes, we've got everybody here with us. That's great. So on this panel, we've got Nick Hayes, who is an illustrator and the author of the Book of Trespass. He's also co-founder of the Right to Roam campaign, which seeks to increase public access over rivers, greenbelt and woodland. Welcome, Nick. We've also got Ashley Jones, who is an outdoor swimmer and surfer, and works with Swim England, and they aim to get more people swimming safely throughout the UK. And we've got Chantel Grundy, who is the Access and Environment Officer within the Places to Paddle programme of British Canoeing. Welcome, Chantel. And we've got Martin Salter, very well known within our sector. Martin is with the Angling Trust. He spent 12 years in local politics, was a Labour MP for Reading West, and had many roles within the Labour Party, including a parliamentary spokesman for angling and shooting. And he's now the National Campaigns Coordinator with the Angling Trust, as well as being President of Reading and District Angling Association. So I think we've got a real cross-section here of people wanting to access rivers for very different reasons. And in recent, well, particularly since the pandemic, as open water swimming has become more popular, some of the areas of conflict around what's seen as sometimes being competing recreational uses have really come to the fore, and that's kind of stimulated this topic of discussion for us. But before we get onto the different specifics around different types of recreational use, Nick, I'd like to come to you, and for anyone who's not familiar with your book, The Book of Trespass, can you introduce us to some of the kind of key conclusions that came out of that, particularly in respect of rivers?
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much for having me on. I guess The Book of Trespass was just an account of me effectively ignoring the barbed wire and razor wire that prevents us from accessing the nature that we love so much in our countryside, and just seeing what would happen and using that as a process to delve into how did we get to this state? What was this? What Paul was describing, this kind of very warped, very biased sense of our rights to nature. Where did it come from? Like, what was the origin of our exclusion from nature? And so one of the statistics I lifted off the British Canoeing website was that we're only allowed access to 3% of our rivers. But what they don't go into on that website is that those 3% of rivers that we're allowed access to are designated under specific acts of Parliament that are actually acts of navigation. So you're only allowed to swim in a river that you're allowed to boat on, and you're only allowed to kayak on a river if you're able, or you were able, to navigate a vessel down it. The more you look at it, the more it's asking you to ignore reality. The idea of trespass is that, like, by the very nature of being a trespasser, you are causing harm not just to the environment, but to the personhood of the owner. And we've kind of, as Paul said, we've been divorced from the natural ecologies that surround us for so long that we've kind of accepted this. The next book that I'm bringing out this year is called The Trespasser's Companion, which is actively encouraging people not just to trespass, but to trespass as a direct action for change. And what it's seeking to do is to show to people, or to reclaim this idea of the commons. What Paul was talking about with the Wanganui River is the result of the iwi, the Maori people, having this concept of kaitiakitanga, this notion that far more than recreation, our relationship with the natural world is one of reciprocity, one of sustainability, but crucially one of kinship. You know, we are all of the same family. We live in this world together, and the river's health is our health. So what I'm sort of suggesting in the next book is that we need to stop looking at access to rivers as something that is to do with recreation. Recreation is a weak, watered down, neoliberal version of the relationship we once had with nature. We need to look at it in terms of mental health, physical health, spiritual health, but also natural health. We need to form, we need to follow our Maori brothers and sisters, and we need to form kaitiaki, we need to form guardian groups, and we need to protect the water in a way that the Environment Agency just don't have the capacity to do at the moment. we can be the eyes and ears of the countryside with citizen science and the myriad of apps that are available. We can be the ones monitoring invasive species, Himalayan balsam, like signal crayfish. I've got a crayfish net just up there and my license. Like, as long as I'm pulling the right ones out, I'm doing the world a favor, or at least doing English ecological, the environment a favor. But there's also a sense that we can be doing water pollution sampling. But the thing that's restricting us from doing that, from monitoring the advance of invasive species, or like looking at the health of our water and our rivers and our lakes and our reservoirs, is that we're denied access. And fundamentally, the excuse for this is that the public are vandals, that we can't be trusted in nature. But there are so many examples, and Paul is one great example, of people that care so much about the river that they are willing to overstep the boundary that divorces us from it, to risk their own livelihoods, to stop the industrial devastation of our ecologies that actually mean so much to us. And so it's through that notion of protection, and I'd say River Ilkley, or the River Wharfe up in Ilkley is a really good example of that. In order to protect the river, in order to give it the EU bathing status that allows it to be monitored in such a way that the sewage is reduced and that the health of the river comes back, fishermen, wild swimmers, kayakers, river walkers, children, parents that just like to dunk, everyone came together in order to protect the river. And this kind of binary opposition, this kind of vehement aggression that exists between kayakers and exists between wild swimmers and fishermen, none of that's necessary if we're all putting the river first. And so I would suggest that it's actually, there's fishermen right outside my boat at the moment, like fishing in the pouring rain. And one of them was telling me the other day that this is the spot that, not only, this isn't about recreation for him so much, in the same way that I don't think wild swimming is just about exercise. This is about a just deep love of herons and wagtails and the life and the ecology and just watching the river pass by. He said he wanted his ashes spread in this exact spot where he comes back to fish every day. And I guess my fundamental point is we need to drop this notion, this weak notion of recreation. We're here on the rivers because we love them with all our hearts. The science is proving just how much it can do for our bodies and our minds, but actually it's our souls as well. We need to reclaim that notion, this kaitiaki, which is really just a Maori word for what we had before enclosure in England, which was the commons, a reciprocal, sustainable relationship that involves the community that lives around the river. And that's really the only way to get people involved in radical change of our environment.
I have to ask you, you're obviously on a boat, so where are you? Which river are you on?
Arguably, I mean, I don't know for sure where the lines are, but I'm not far away from Martin's old constituency. I'm in just in between Maple, Durham and Whitchurch upon Thames on the River Thames. So that might be Reading West, I don't know.
Almost certainly. Welcome, Nick. Unfortunately, it's been 12 years since you had the chance to vote for me. But what a beautiful piece of river it is, isn't it?
It is a wonderful stretch. It is a wonderful stretch.
Former constituency. That's great. Actually, I'd like to come to you next. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Nick, about that, we can't just view it through the lens of, recreational groups, but nonetheless, that has been quite a useful way for people to organize themselves. And you use the example of the River Wharfe. And I think that was very much led by the people who wanted to get into the river, to swim in the river, not necessarily for exercise, as you say, but just for contact with the river and being in the river and in the natural environment of the river. So actually, from your perspective with Swim England, what do you see as being the big challenges at the moment for open water swimming and your type of access to rivers that you want to gain?
Thanks, Christine. So in terms of challenges, I think Paul and Nick have both alluded to being able to physically get into a river, that 3% of access of rivers being accessible is an issue for us, but it's not particularly one that I think rears its head. People are already undertaking that trespass that Nick mentioned. We see it all the time. And for me, that's a real positive that people are doing that. What we'd really like to see is more of that action that Nick just spoke about of anglers, swimmers, paddlers, walkers uniting in their ask of government and landowners and gaining more access, because that it then brings about a more respectful use of those areas and spaces. I think what we find is where access may be limited to one user group, it breeds a form of entitlement. That entitlement then leads to some of the issues that we might see in terms of friction and disagreements between those different user groups. So I think an opening of access would solve some of those issues where we do see friction between different user groups. Christine, we've lost your sound.
We lost your voice, Christine.
Hear me
Still
now?
lost you. I'm back.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you now.
Okay, phew. Chantel, I want to come to you next. And so Ashley's kind of introduced the notion of, that there is some conflict between the different user groups. Is that what you've been experiencing within British canoeing? And what do you see as being the big challenges at the moment in terms of access to rivers for canoeists, kayakers and paddlers?
But we're absolutely passionate about getting more people on the water to enjoy responsible paddling on their local rivers with friends and with family, and to really be engaged on that environmental agenda, and to kind of find our rivers a really welcoming and inclusive environment. But that lack of clarity, it can become a perceived barrier to people. So until we get that clarity, there will always be that question on whether people feel comfortable or not to actually be on the water. And I think there's a lot that we can actually do to start to take those steps forwards around sharing the space and really respecting other users, so that we can all really enjoy those spaces and really become engaged in a natural environment and start to take care of them.
You're on mute, Christine.
This afternoon. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. Martin, I want to come to you. As rivers have typically been the realm of anglers in England, and you've probably, as a recreational group, had more access than most to rivers. What's the view of anglers in terms of this more holistic access and sharing the river with the rest of us, basically?
Well, of course, we don't own rivers. We have to pay quite often great lumps of money to people to walk over their farms and to access the fishing rights that are owned, because enshrined in British law is the concept of riparian rights. And that's the elephant in the room, if you like. I mean, you can go down the road that Nick's arguing, and I have some respect for where Nick's coming from. I was with you many years ago, comrade, when it came to organised trespass and the rest of it. But you know what? Much as there's this kind of nirvana we could put out there, that if only the public had greater access to rivers, they would respect it more. That's not my experience. I absolutely would love to see far more of the riverbanks opened up, far more access opened up. But also, as an environmental activist, and you and me, Christine, have been part of the End Sewage Coalition, we instinctively call for more regulation and more enforcement. And we want enforcement against people that would destroy riparian habitat, as we've seen today. And the Angry just published a great big dossier on the damage that's been done, hacking down, you know, important wildlife corridors and the rest of it. The action that we need taken against water companies and industrial polluters and agricultural polluters. So the environment and our rivers are really, if you like, the arteries of that environment. They need protecting from us. Almost coming back to what Paul said, they need protecting from humans. Whether we like it or not, in the most densely populated country in Europe outside of Malta, we have to ensure a properly managed environment. Now, a properly managed environment doesn't mean locking it up, doesn't mean denying people like me or people like Nick or anybody else access to it, whether it's for swimming or canoeing or fishing or boating, but it needs to be within a managed framework, because otherwise, and I can take you to many, many stretches, not very far from where your boat is moored now, Nick. If you go up to Tyler's, you'll see horrendous encampments there. You'll see boaters without license or authorization. You'll see human waste tipped in the rivers, no use of the pump out stations. You'll see fly tipping, you'll see tires. I've seen scrap metal tipped straight into the river, used as a dumping ground because it's got access to the public highway. So let's just protect our rivers from us, and let's come up with a framework that protects them, that values them, but allows the maximum number of people to enjoy them responsibly. And that isn't about landowners putting fences around them. It's about what we do with them and the way we conduct ourselves as human beings around those rivers, because we depend on them for the water, for life, and yeah, I'm with you, Nick, for the zen, for the spiritual nature and sustenance that they sustain. But leave the human race to itself, they'll trash an awful lot of this environment.
Just
a quick point, if I may.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you in now, Nick. I mean, I think that is at the heart of a lot of this discussion, isn't it? Regulating responsible use and much more widespread but responsible access. Nick, please respond.
Well, every right to roam legislation across Europe foregrounds responsibility. And also every one of the lists that Martin mentioned is already illegal and would be physically impossible for wild swimmers or kayakers to commit those crimes. You know, pump out toilets are not carried on the floats by wild swimmers, like metal. Well, so I wonder why wild swimmers are banned from our rivers. It's what parents have to teach children. It's about sharing. And since the Georgian era, rivers have been dominated exclusively by the dominion of fishing rights. And that, if we're honest, is because you can charge people to fish from a regular spot. But there's no way of charging kayakers. There's no way of wild swimmers. And the crucial element of society that we're missing here, Ashley very correctly said that like lots of people are going out there already. But I tell you what, those people are not the marginalized communities of England. Those people are the empowered, middle class, affluent, largely white people that actually do already feel a sense of entitlement to this country. If we want to combat obesity, if we want to combat chronic pulmonary heart disease, if we want to combat the mental health epidemic that we're undergoing at the moment, if we want to allow women to alleviate the symptoms of menopause, which is basically 50% of our population, then we should be allowed to dip in cold water. We should be allowed access to our rivers. And the reason we're not, if you're really saying the reason we're not is because of fly tipping, then we agree. Like fly tipping is a crime, but actually if you put more eyes and ears out on the river, you're going to be able to report those criminal activities a lot more efficiently. We are not the people that are fly tipping, nor are we the people pumping however many hundreds, thousands of tons of sewage into the river, we're the people getting ill from it. And because of that, we're the ones that care even more deeply. And who was it, the head of the Environment Agency, when confronted with like, you know, there's so much sewage in rivers, swimmers are getting ill from it. He suggested that swimmers shouldn't swim. That would be the answer. Actually, by us being in the river, by me getting whatever it was, E. coli on the Thames up at Hammersmith when I was doing the Book of Trespass, I have a visceral bodily care about our river's health because it is my health. And in a much longer, wider term, the more people that actually have a personal relationship with nature, the more people are going to give a damn.
Christy, I just got to come back on that because you slightly misrepresented me. Yeah, I'm not arguing, Nick, that wild swimmers are responsible for fly tipping. Of course I'm not. That would be risible. I'm arguing that the human race on its own, without a managed environment, can't necessarily be trusted to do the right thing by our rivers. What I would absolutely agree with you is that we do need more river access, more river advocates out there. It shouldn't be just left to anglers to prosecute polluters, and it's been that case for an awful long time, since 1948. And we do need to build those alliances. We need to find ways of drawing those access agreements together. I don't just have to pay money to go fishing. I have to pay money for a national rod licence, which sustains some of the activities of the Environment Agency, the chronically underfunded Environment Agency. I would be delighted to see, you know, a very small system that was brought into place in terms of wild swimming. So they were making a bit of a contribution, and they would be entitled, I think, also to ask for some resources back in terms of facilities where they could get in and out, places they could park, and the rest of it. It's that kind of expansive, cooperative thinking that we need, whether you're a canoeist, whether you're an angler, whether you're a wild swimmer. Yeah, I want to see increased access, but I want to see it done managed and in a responsible manner. What I won't put my name to is some kind of crazed anarchy, frankly.
Yeah, and I think we've seen in the chat here as well that somebody's saying, you know, that there are guidelines that are given, for instance, by British Canoeing, and I think the same thing is true of Swim England. There's certainly a concern within some of the environmental groups that more access by people doing, even if it is something as low impact as swimming, because we tend to enter the river through the banks, which are the most environmentally important and sensitive areas, that we are still going to have an impact. So Ashley, what's your view on that? And I see you've got your hand up, so please raise your other point as well.
Yeah, that's right. The point I was going to make actually was the Outdoor Swimming Society have done some incredible work in this area, and they've got an outdoor swimmers code, and that doesn't just cover safety, but also some of those things that we're talking about here, of how to act responsibly within nature, and not take that access for granted, but be very responsible in how you are accessing. And I think it's one of the questions around, does more human access have a negative impact? I think it potentially means the opposite for us. Paul alluded to it with his guardianship comments. And we heard it yesterday with the citizen scientists in Oxford. The more people we have participating outdoors, potentially is a positive, but it comes down to education, and we've got to educate those people that are new to the environment and new to taking part. And we've also got to act as role models. We estimate, and the Outdoor Swimming magazine estimates there's about 4.5 million people swimming outdoors regularly now. That is a huge number of potential role models that are there. They can be communicating with their families, their friends, and they're effectively a soft target for us to lead the charge, and change the way that people view how we interact with wildlife and nature while we're taking part.
I think that's a really important point, and making this link between you know, recreational use, all use, and the citizen science work that we're seeing lots of groups trying to initiate. You know, education helps to pull all of that together, and it's not just a question of being educated, but also a question of then contributing to a shared body of knowledge about the health of the commons and a shared resource that we all want to enjoy. Chantel, please come in on the discussion.
Yeah, I think we've all learned a lot from the COVID-19 pandemic and some of those pressures that were placed on, you know, some of those honeypots within the environment. And I think those lessons going forward are really about that educational side of things, to really engage people. People have connected with the environment, and it's important that we help them in that journey, that we can provide that information. People, I don't believe, go out paddling or walking to cause harm to the environment. So I think there's an important place there for education, and we'll be launching our Paddlers Code later this year, which will very much echo those thoughts around sharing the space and respecting and being mindful of the environment that the Countryside Code does. But I think, you know, we've got a younger generation coming forward. We've got kids who haven't been in school for over a year, and being able to take them out on the water to paddle is absolutely key to the protection of our rivers. My daughter's 7 years old, and we'll go out paddling on my local river. We'll be removing floating pennywort. We'll be looking at plastic pollution and removing those from the environment. And we'll be also looking at where the CSOs are as well within our rivers. So the amount that she's learning by actually engaging in those environments is credible. And I think whilst increased access may bring some challenges around behaviours, you know, there are things that we can educate people on. I think it's absolutely fundamental that we ensure that future generations have that access to our blue spaces, because they will be the future guardians of our rivers.
That's very true. Martin, you putting your hand up there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Chantel in terms of outdoor education. I spent a lot of time myself promoting outdoor education resources, and they've been a real victim, actually, of the COVID pandemic. A lot of the valuable outdoor education centres have actually had to shut down because they had no business at all during the COVID period. And that's a tragedy. And it is about connecting young people back with nature. But let's be a little bit careful here. In terms of riparian rights, say around, I'll pick an example, Nick, up the road from you, the River Pang, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire Wildlife Trust manage a small nature reserve there. They've done some fantastic work on the little River Pang to protect the environment for water voles, for kingfishers, to put in woody debris, to create spawning riffles and the rest of it. They don't want me fishing there. I respect that. They very kindly let me walk through their land. I don't have to pay for it, and that's fantastic. But I can't buy the British Canoe Union's demand for 365 days right to paddle wherever you want. That's wrong. We have to respect that certain river catchments, certain areas might be managed for nature, and it isn't inappropriate for you to fish there, or it is inappropriate for you to swim there, or it is inappropriate for you to paddle there. And that's why it's very important that the representatives of all these sports sensibly sit down with our colleagues in the Rivers Trust and the wildlife movement and look at the areas that it is appropriate, where we can increase access and where we can all benefit from being closer to nature and pursuing our chosen forms of recreation without impacting necessarily on wildlife or impacting on each other. I mean, it's now the fishing close season. I hope there isn't anyone fishing outside your boat at the moment because they're breaking the law. The fishing close season
hasn't closed yet, has it?
Yeah, it's closed March 14th. Tell him to go, or I'll be down there. Okay, and tell him Martin Salter says
find his ashes sooner rather than later.
Gonna get you.
Yeah, it's the last day of the closing. We don't fish during that period when fish are spawning, and when birds are nesting and the rest of it, and that's really important. And again, that's why this British Canoe Union 365 days right to paddle wherever you want is, I'm afraid, misplaced, and why we've actually got to get past that and find ways of working to each other. It's also a criminal offence to disturb spawning fish under the salmon freshwater fisheries legislation. So, Chantel, when you bring in your guidance, I hope, as well as encouraging people to take insurance policies out against trespass. You'll also remind them of the legislation designed to protect spawning fish species. They're having a really tough time, our fish, given 400,000 incidents of sewage pollution last year, and the way our rivers are chronically over-abstracted and the performance of the water companies. So let's not make it worse. You know, let's make our recreation work in tune with nature rather than becoming a negative for nature and wildlife.
And Chantal, is that the ask at the moment from the canoeing groups?
Just to pick up on that spawning fish side of things, we did actually release some guidance last year, Martin, and we did actually consult with the Angling Trust on that guidance, and that is actually available on our website. So I'd hope that you do approve of it, because we did actually consult with the Angling Trust on that. And just with regard to that 365 days access, that isn't actually true. We have always been quite clear, and that we will be open to sensible evidence-based restrictions and the least restrictive, because you know, I'm passionate about the environment. Everyone that paddles is passionate about the environment, and I, like many others, would be absolutely devastated if we caused any inadvertent damage to where fish were spawning. So that isn't the case, and we are absolutely open to those discussions where there are issues of an environmental nature at a local level, and we do take those extremely seriously. And we would, very much like to carry on those conversations, and we are already having them with associated bodies, including the RSPB, who are fed into some of the guidance that we offer. So we do take it seriously. The environment is hugely important to us. It's hugely important to our membership, and we are open to those restrictions where they are necessary to protect the environment, because that is one of the main reasons that people actually go paddling, to enjoy the environment.
Well, you need to tell your chief executive, Chantal, because he's refusing to meet with the Angling Trust on the basis that we don't accept a 365-degree right to paddle wherever you want. So there is some discussions to be had. Perhaps you and I should start the discussions, and we'll talk to the bosses later.
I hope there's some common ground there. I think I also just wanted to draw our delegates' attention. There was a great report that was released last year by the RSPB, Troubled Waters, that highlighted the levels of pollution and disturbance that are already experienced in the SSSI sites around the country. So absolutely hear your point, Martin, that you know, our areas that are already supposed to be protected for wildlife are under tremendous pressure, even just through upstream pollution, and many of them are close to tipping points. So we certainly need to have that kind of level of responsible use involved. Nick, did you want to come back in there?
Only briefly, in that we need to stop conflating the effect that public access to nature has with the industrialization of our countryside. When it comes to walking, you know, gamekeepers will say lapwings, ground nesting birds, and they'll totally try and ignore the fact that the field they're stood on is a mile long and a mile wide, with all of its hedgerows grubbed and rooted out by the owners of the land. Wild swimmers, sure, let's learn about the seasonal fluctuations, let people be aware of that, but let's not compare that to hundreds of thousands tons of sewage being pumped in. We are nature. The crime is the crime of trespass is that we have been denied access to nature for so long. And to be honest, everyone here, I think everyone is aware, we've got 4 million swimmers going swimming. It's ending. The dominion, the private dominion of our rivers and our blue spaces is ending, and it's ending. It's begun to end in the last few years. Lockdown has sped it up. You're absolutely right, Martin. We need to be having these discussions, but we don't need to be having them from the perspective of paternalism. We don't need to be asking the fishermen, could we please, could we this, could we that? We need to come as equals to the table, because we all have rights to the communal resources that are our rivers.
Thanks, Nick. I'd also like to bring, I'm going to come to you, Martin. I just want to check if Paul is still there, because I'd like to bring in Paul as we move towards our closing as well.
I am, but someone else needs to restart my camera. There we go.
Oh, okay, there we go.
And we
That's
get
great.
another view of nature in the background as well.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
Martin will be very pleased to know that this entire community and project is and where I'm sitting now is actually on a squatted trespass part of the river, and that almost everything we've done to care for nature is via trespass. And I wonder, Martin, do you condemn the crazed anarchy of me spending my weekends trespassing other people's land, picking out tons of rubbish? Do you condemn that crazed anarchy? Do you condemn the crazed anarchy?
You know I don't, Paul. You know I don't.
Okay, well, do you also condemn the crazed anarchy of me trespassing on a part of the river and discovering the tens of thousands of litres of raw sewage a day being put by a Thames water outlet into the river, which nobody knew about because there was no public access and the EA have completely given up doing anything about? Do you condemn that crazed anarchy?
I applaud your crazed anarchy.
Great. So, okay. So in that case, I guess we all agree that some trespass is good, but it's just a question of how far we take it, I suppose.
Virtuous trespass.
Right. Can I come in then?
Yes, come in, Martin.
Thanks very much. Nick, it's not about asking fishermen. As I said right at the start, we have to go to the landowners, for God's sake. You know, fishermen very rarely own anything, certainly not the vast bulk of the fishing, even the guys fishing illegally outside your boat at the moment. We, by and large, you know, are allowed to fish. The beck and call the people who own the land. But here's the thing. I find it deeply objectionable when I see our riverbanks ploughed within 2 foot of the riparian verge. And so many times, Christine, and you know this, farmers and landowners are paid subsidy from our taxes to put in buffer strips. But are they enforced upon? When's the last time the Environment Agency actually visited some of these estates and some of these farms to ensure that the money that we have given for those important buffer strips we put in place doesn't actually occur? Now, those buffer strips are not just about keeping agricultural pollution out of the watercourse. They're not just about having a more vibrant riparian habitat, but actually they're the potential for more people to walk, for more people to enjoy those wildlife corridors themselves. So I think there's huge potential. And in my experience, it is possible to get farmers and landowners to do lots of things. But at the moment, our subsidy system is geared to food production. As Nick said, the industrialisation, if you like, of the British countryside. In fact, I'd actually like to see our subsidy system geared far more to the environment and far more to opening up recreational access for all, not just for anglers.
And let's hope we've got a window of opportunity now to make sure that those buffer networks are built in around our river systems, and really use them as we say, as the arteries of nature's recovery as well. But part of nature's recovery, you know, could also be our own reconnection with nature as well. And one of my favorite quotes from the environmental movement is from an African activist, Wetang'ari, who talks about, you know, in the process of healing the earth, we actually heal ourselves. So in acting as guardians for the earth and for natural areas, that also helps to rekindle our relationship with nature, and we help to heal ourselves. Nick, you had another point you wanted to raise there.
Just been, I don't know what the word is, but just like Paul, basically, I'll tell you where there is a distinct absence of a buffer zone, and that's Maple Durham Estate. And the only reason I know that is because me and a botanist went and walked it, found it covered in slurry and sewage, and reported it. That is living example of eyes and ears of the countryside getting to where the Environment Agency can't. Yeah. So why not start presenting the public as the guardians of nature, as Paul would put it, rather than the threat to it? The public aren't the threat to the countryside. We're the last line of its defense.
Especially when we're enabled with technology and citizen science as well, and that we're actually able to report it now. Thanks, Nick. Chantel, I'd like to come to you. You've got your hand up. Have you got a closing statement for us?
I think we've only just scratched the surface here.
I know, we
need another session. I was really just going to pick up on Martin's point there about the buffer strip zones and how we can look at the environmental land management scheme as a way of improving access to inland waters, to actually encourage farmers who are on board with improving access to support us through that scheme. So it is an area that we're looking at, and it's something that we are pushing for on that side of things. But also, just to pick up on that environmental side of things, I'm really actively involved with a lot of canoe clubs on removing plastic pollution, on managing invasive species, and being completely across this whole water quality sewage pollution agenda. There are a lot of paddlers out there who are already doing a lot of work protecting the places that we paddle. And they're already forming some great community groups with others, including the anglers, including wild swimmers and local parish councils, and doing some fantastic work. And I think there's a real opportunity by working together to really grow that work and really protect the rivers and the places that we all enjoy our recreational pastimes.
Martin, can you give us a quick closing comment? I see that you had
your we all agree we need to work together, and there's a lot more that unites us and divides us. Okay, and that's absolutely fine. But you know, I suppose the point I'm making is that our rivers have been appallingly abused. They're absolutely on the edge. It isn't a pristine environment that we can all enjoy of the type that we would like. And it does mean, I'm afraid, a lot of us putting our hands in our pockets, being prepared to tolerate things like licenses, more income, pushing for much stronger enforcement of the very weak legislation that we've got at the moment. And it also means a huge amount of education, not just on the value of nature, but on how rivers work. I am appalled every time there is a flood that we get people coming out with, oh, let's just dredge the rivers like they used to in the 1970s. Let's turn them into land drains, because that's what the attitude was of the old 1970s rivers engineers. Rivers have no purpose whatsoever other than to get the water to the sea as quickly as possible, which we all know is environmentally disastrous, actually leads to more flooding. And it's because people don't understand the hydrodynamics of a river and the importance of a river. So there's a massive amount of education as to get to the general public, right? As well as young people coming through our schools and outdoor education centres, is why rivers matter, how they work, how we can look after them, and how we can hold them in trust for future generations. And that's a job for all of us that care about this environment, whether you paddle, whether you swim, whether you fish, whether you boat, whatever, or if you just like walking by rivers.
Absolutely, and I think that's it sounds as though there's some education that we need to do within our sector for each other to better understand actually what our wants and demands are, but certainly out to the general public as well. Ashley, do you have a closing comment that you'd like to share?
I think a lot of what we wanted to talk about has been covered, but I think certainly, and it was covered yesterday, the designation of more bathing waters would certainly be something as an organisation we'd be keen to see inland. It's important because it sends a really clear signal that our waterways are places to be enjoyed. Seeing government make better use of the environmental land management scheme that Chantal just mentioned, and supporting farmers and landowners to make their land accessible. And then in the longer term, see greater clarity on that legal access to waterways is something that I think we've got to see, and that something closer akin to what we see in Scotland with their freedom to roam rights, which gives everybody right to access responsibly. And I think that's really clear that's come out from Martin today, is we don't just want a free-for-all. We want people to be accessing their rivers, but doing it responsibly. And there's a huge piece there, I think, that we've picked up on in probably in the last 5 minutes or so, around how do we educate people, and how do we get them to act responsibly in our wonderful rivers. And that for me is a really important takeaway.
Great. Thank you. We are out of time now, and I see that Mark is now on and ready for the closing. I think this was a really fascinating discussion, and Martin, I agree. I think there is more that unites us than divides us, and certainly a love and passion for rivers and an acknowledgement that we need to really support everybody to have informed access and to really understand the beauty and the joy of our rivers as well. I'd love to follow up this discussion with another dedicated discussion, and as I said, possibly picking it up in a podcast as well, because there's so much to explore here. It's a really complex topic. But thank you all for being part of this discussion, and Paul, for your talk at the beginning. Thanks so much. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
Thank you.
Give me a shout, Nick. I'll buy you a beer.
All right. And thanks to all the Guardians watching and for all the work you do on behalf of rivers. It's incredible. Thank you to everyone for all you do for rivers.
Okay, I am going to hand the last baton of the day over to our CEO, Mark Lloyd, for some closing comments as we come to the end of what's been a really exciting and enjoyable conference. Mark, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, Christine, and rather you than me sharing that one. But it was a great debate, and I think it's fair to say, you know, we've had a really kind of inspiring and thought-provoking couple of days at this conference. The standard of the presentations and, you know, the quality of the debate, often, as we've just said, on some really thorny issues, has been really high. And I think what's encouraging is that we've heard at least as much about solutions as we have about problems. While we're in the midst of a climate and biodiversity emergency, we're coming out of this crippling pandemic and with a brutal conflict in Europe, which is becoming more horrific every day, it would be easy for us all to be gloomy. But this conference has really made me feel much more optimistic that we have the collective will to meet the huge challenges facing the environmental water management sector. We've had a really inclusive range of contributions to this conference from, you know, as we've just heard, grassroots swimming groups, researchers, regulators, water companies, investment bankers and poets, which is not often a group that comes together. We always want to be inspired by the great work being done on the ground to help rivers recover. And the example yesterday from Unlocking the Severn with the fish pass at Diglis Weir shows one of the incredible projects that has recently come to fruition and kind of really making a difference at a whole river scale. And poetry speaks to us all in a way that graphs and data can't. I have to add my encouragement to all of you to try and see the film we've been promoting, River. I had a chance to get a preview of it, and I mean, it's really spectacular and moving. Yesterday, we kicked off with an inspiring session on the creation of markets for environmental services, which I know isn't to everyone's taste, but I really believe it's going to be necessary if we're going to pay for all the work we need to do in rivers and their catchments to be delivered at the pace we need to deliver it. And we also had a lively debate about the importance of regulation. And today we've heard about the difficult issue of plastic in our rivers, which is a subject really close to my heart, having started my career at Thames 21 nearly 30 years ago. It's also important that we hear directly from those we don't always agree with. We sit on opposite sides of the table with water companies on many issues and have worked really hard to hold them to account and bring a better understanding of what's happening into the public and political consciousness. However, we're in the business of finding solutions to the crisis facing our rivers. All solutions will need to involve water companies as a key player, because they play such a central role in the sector. So we at the Rivers Trust really must work in partnership with them if we're to succeed in our mission. And we have seen them in the past few days respond to our constructive challenge over the past few years. We were joined yesterday by Sarah Bentley from Thames Water, and she highlighted their commitment to £1.2 billion on sewage treatment infrastructure over the coming years, along with a £5 million fund to support catchment partnerships in the Thames region over the next 5 years. This commitment is one of several that have been made this week by water companies, and I really think they're a step change, not only in their investment plans, but also in the provision of information to the public as they seek to restore trust in the sector. Many have also committed to work in partnership to deliver this new level of ambition, which is really welcome, and I hope that continues. When the Rivers Trust launched our Rivers Fit to Swim In campaign 3 years ago, we would have been very happy to know that this would contribute to a new environment bill with a whole section on sewage pollution reduction, a hard-hitting report from the Environmental Audit Committee, and water companies collectively agreeing to make billions of pounds of additional short-term investment on sewage treatment. We would have been very pleased to know that the price review, which was once a mysterious and closed process carried out by the Environment Agency and water companies alone, will this time be much more collaborative and transparent. We would have been delighted to know that a suite of policy documents emerging from government would have environmental protection as the primary objective, rather than just keeping bills low, with nature-based catchment solutions and partnership working as the preferred delivery mechanism for government's high-level objectives. This is real progress. Of course, there is much more that needs to be done to reach our goal of healthy wild rivers valued by all. For example, the impact of the sharp regulatory focus on the water industry and some of the companies' commitments we've heard in recent days to clean up their operations by the end of the decade will be much reduced if there's not a symmetrical emphasis on cleaning up agricultural pollution. In many areas, soil and slurry have considerably greater impact than sewage on the health of our rivers. Just this morning, I attended a meeting with the Secretary of State to discuss the draft targets for the Environment Plan. And while it's welcome that there's an 80% reduction in nutrients from sewage, but there's only a 40% reduction in nutrients from agriculture by 2037. We need to go further and faster than this. By the way, he did confirm to me that the 75% good ecological status water framework directive for 2027 would remain in place, despite what you might have seen on social media and in the Telegraph. But it does seem unlikely this will be achieved by this deadline, but good to know that target has survived. We also heard yesterday of the significant pollution from urban runoff. And that's really a nettle we've only just begun to think about grasping. But despite all these challenges and things we could do more of, we really should celebrate the success we've achieved in the environmental movement over the past few years. I can't remember a time in my entire career when river health was so far up the political agenda, or there was as much appetite amongst decision makers for fundamental change in approach. We really are living through a paradigm shift, I believe, or as I heard it referred to yesterday in German regarding Eastern European politics, a Zeitenwende. This success, I think, has come about for two key reasons. The first is transparency with data, and the second is collaboration. When the Rivers Trust published the maps of sewage overflows, putting existing data into a publicly digestible format, if that's not an unfortunate choice of words, it highlighted the vast scale of the problem and allowed people to see for the first time what was happening on their local river. They were able to contact their local MP with specific information about how this was affecting their lives. These maps also gave celebrity campaigners the information they needed to back up their tweets and media interviews. We followed this up last year with the State of Our Rivers report in conjunction with SciWem to provide a national overview of the issues, but also detailed local data about particular rivers and the problems they face. High quality, accessible data is vital not only to making the case for change, but also to enable the public to play a role in understanding the nature of the problem, to generate greater consensus about solutions, to improve decision-making about where investment should be made, and to monitor the impacts of interventions. In short, data is absolutely fundamental to achieving our goal of healthy wild rivers valued by all. This is why we've teamed up with 30 partner organisations, including 12 water companies, to develop a groundbreaking new catchment monitoring cooperative that pools all the available data from a particular river and supplements it with data from citizen scientists to create a much more detailed, granular picture that can better inform debates, plans, and most importantly, action. This major project will be launching shortly, and we will be doing all that we can to try and make these demonstration projects business as usual at a national scale within the next few years. There's an old adage that you can't manage what you can't measure, and it's never truer than with the management of our rivers. The second reason for the progress we've made is collaboration. NGOs have worked together really well in the past few years through the Blueprint for Water and the End Sewage Pollution Coalition, which linked up with the chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, Philip Dunn MP, really effectively. I must pay tribute to Wildlife and Countryside Link for the way they bring together so many organisations in the Blueprint for Water, find consensus and present clear policy proposals to ministers and others. This really has been a team effort, and that spirit of collaboration must continue as we move towards implementing solutions at scale. No single organisation can solve the problems with our rivers on their own. It's only by working together will we rise and meet the challenges that we face. Community groups, businesses, voluntary sector organisations, regulators, local authorities, water companies, we all need to come to work together and gang up on the problem rather than each other. So we've made great progress, but as I said earlier, there's much more we need to do. I have that kind of sense one gets at the first viewpoint where a group stops for a breather on a walk up a mountain. The surprise at how far we've come in a short time, but then on turning round, the rather daunting prospect of the remaining distance and altitude. What will we need to do to complete the next leg of our yomp towards the summit of healthy wild rivers valued by all? It seems to me that the key strategic objectives for the next few years can be grouped together under the heading of governance. And I'm hoping that's going to keep your attention at 3:15 in the afternoon after 2 days of intense conference. Governance can be used and misused as a kind of carry-all concept, but just to be clear, a quick definition is the way rules, norms, and actions are structured, sustained, regulated, and held accountable. That definition makes me more certain than ever that good governance is a critical success factor in our mission. And of course, it involves all of us in developing those norms, not just government. That's why, under the auspices of the catchment-based approach and at the request of the government, we've been running a series of workshops over the past 6 months to look at governance in water management and to consider how water management could be better integrated with nature recovery and land use. This work is showing us how we need a much more coherent and robust structure urgently to the way that we plan and deliver actions, a real joined-up approach. Catchment partnerships need more funds, more official recognition, and a clearer mandate to make plans at the river catchment scale, which really is the most logical geographical unit to plan for the environment. We need to integrate the many existing plans, such as drainage and wastewater management plans, flood plans, water resources plans, water industry, natural environment plans. We need to bring them all together in time, space, and delivery. Furthermore, we believe there's a missing middle in this structure and that new regional bodies need to be created, or perhaps existing bodies repurposed to take decisions and join up these multiple plans and resource flows. They must be given the legitimacy, the resource, the mandate to act as an intermediary between top-down government policy and targets and bottom-up local partnership planning, action, and delivery. There might be opportunities to put this new structure on a statutory basis through the planning bill later this year, and I raised this with the Secretary of State this morning. The common factor that cuts across all of these plans is that the water outcomes are totally dependent on land use management and choices. If we're to achieve the outcomes we want for water, we need to pay closer attention to this connection. England has limited land available with multiple competing pressures for its use. We need to establish stronger linkages between water and land management. Optimizing the use of land to meet the government's multiple objectives offers greater efficiency and effectiveness in reducing flooding, restoring nature, recharging aquifers, storing carbon, improving water quality, and protecting water resources. It's so vital to so many things. The forthcoming planning bill could again be a vehicle to deliver the necessary changes, along with the work that is already underway on local nature recovery strategies and environmental land management subsidies. As we heard yesterday, another key aspect of good governance is regulation. Ensuring that there are clear rules and that they are enforced is fundamental to how our society works. This is to ensure that the actions of individuals and businesses do not unfairly impact on the well-being and activities of others. The failure of regulation to control agricultural pollution is undoing much of the good work being delivered by people at this conference. There is much that can be achieved through cooperation and expert advice with the vanguard of farmers who want to do the right thing, as we heard yesterday on the River Wensum. But regulation is essential to ensure the laggards who do the most damage keep up. I argued against operator self-monitoring for the water industry when it was first suggested back in about 2008. And it's now clear that asking water companies to mark their own homework has really failed as a regulatory approach. The investigations that are currently going on into the compliance with permits at thousands of water company discharges are an attempt to correct this failure. A clear, fair and robust regulatory framework is essential for our mission of wild, healthy rivers valued by all. And surprisingly, something that the vast majority of businesses actually want themselves, because it reduces uncertainty, which is the enemy of any business. I mentioned the planning bill earlier, and we believe that this new legislation being drafted this year by Michael Gove's unpronounceable department could have even more impact than the Environment Act last year. As well as providing a vehicle for putting good governance on a statutory footing and joining up land use with water, it will of course be focusing on the government's levelling up agenda. This is a huge opportunity to redesign our cities over the next decade, to make them more absorbent of water and resilient to climate shocks, to enable them to process pollutants with using nature-based solutions. We can create thousands of blue-green spaces in communities and meet multiple high-level policy objectives all at once: nature recovery, carbon sequestration, good mental health, flood risk management, and reducing the volume of surface water, which overloads our sewers. It's really the root cause of sewer overflows. We must set higher standards for new developments to make them water neutral by funding the retrofitting of water efficiencies on existing homes and businesses and offsetting the additional nutrient loads with constructive wetlands. The deployment of nature-based solutions is gathering pace rapidly, and we've heard examples of these being deployed over the past couple of days. Wetlands, hedges, woods, healthy soils, riparian buffer habitats, they can all deliver so much more for society than concrete flood defences and stormwater storage tanks. However, if we're to address the climate and nature emergencies, we really need to see an order of magnitude increase in the scale of the deployment of nature-based solutions. So we're building another partnership bid to the Ofwat Breakthrough Challenge for up to £10 million later this year to deliver demonstration projects throughout England and Wales. Our intention is to reduce the uncertainty and perceived risk of nature-based solutions, to overcome the regulatory barriers that are in place, and to identify new partnerships and to inspire others to follow suit. So in summary, our focus at the Rivers Trust over the next couple of years will be on better data and transparency, good governance, land use, the planning bill, and on the mainstreaming of nature-based solutions. I hope that all of you will support us with this hefty agenda, which we think delivers on the radical rethink for rivers we called for in our State of the Rivers report last year. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for spending time with us over the last 2 days and joining in so actively with the sessions. I'd also like to thank all of the brilliant speakers we've heard from and acknowledge all their hard work in preparing presentations, recordings, and most of all, the poetry readings. And I'd like to thank everyone involved in planning this event for weeks and months before we all gathered, but particularly Becca Duncan, who really does an amazing job behind the scenes, incredibly efficiently. So we can't have a round of applause now, but please do show your appreciation to Becca in the chat, and I can assure you she'll read it. So thank you very much indeed for joining us, and that's all from me.
Okay, well, you've just made me go bright red, Mark, before coming back on camera. I'm quite overwhelmed by how much I've actually enjoyed the last 2 days of conference, and that is just because so many people supported behind the scenes, and so many incredible speakers either sent us submissions to take part or kindly agreed to me hounding them to take part. So I should just extend another huge thanks. And yeah, I don't know if Christine had anything else to say, but I'm going to assume that we can get off slightly early and all have a well-deserved rest this evening. But just thanks again to everyone who's been involved. Thank you all.